I'm here for this. Yes. Okay. So.
Okay. I was about to say I can't see you guys now. Now I can.
Oh, you can. Okay. Okay. So you're with Chase Bank, Constance?
Yes, if possible, I'd like to not mention Chase.
Oh, all right. What would you like to mention?
Well, I'll just say I work for a big bank.
A bank. Okay, got you. So do you have a business or like organization?
I don't have a business, but Chase is really funny about presentations or speaking on the company's behalf. So I don't. I kind of speak from a consulting perspective, if you will.
Got you. Okay, consulting perspective. So what title can I say that you are?
You can say business sales specialist. That's fine.
Okay. Let me get my pen. Business sales specialist.
Instagram isn't letting us go live.
Sales specialist.
So the Instagram isn't letting us go live. So do you want to go YouTube?
What? You said Instagram ain't letting us.
Yeah, they're not.
Start here. Okay, we are ready. Okay, here we go. 1, 3.
Oh,
Okay, not ready. Thought we were.
make sure your mic is right.
Okay. Mic here. Mic. It's kind of running a little slow.
Digital 4K. As long as it's on a 4K.
Okay.
You good on a cam link?
Gotcha.
That's your mic on here.
Gotcha. All right, you ready? JB, should I go or you want to wait?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the globe. Welcome to Black Economic Expo 2020. Let's make some noise for Black Economic Expo 2020. Yeah, man, I'm so excited that you guys are here. It is day number 2 for year number 4 right here for the Black Economic Expo. We are so excited, man, and even during the pandemic, we are going to thrive and succeed. And one person to help us to thrive and succeed, to take us to the promised land, is a young lady by the name of Constance Williams. She is a business and sales specialist. She can get you from broke. She can get you to popping, to you having money in your pocket, to you living a lavish life. This is the lady that can take you to the promised land. Everybody, let's welcome Constance Williams. Everybody, welcome to the show.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
All right, so Constance, you help people in so many ways. You help them to get their budgets together. I mean, just life in general. So tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and how you help your community.
Yeah, so I have been in my current role for a little over 2.5 years. I started at a big bank as an intern where I help clients gain access to capital through lending. So loans, lines of credit, just due to the current climate of what's going on, the more popular SBA, PPP loans and lending like that. So that's typically what I do day to day is help people get access to capital.
I mean, why did you choose to do that? Like, that is a huge feat to really help people get capital. Why did you choose that pathway?
Well, just growing up, being around my family, my aunt, more specifically, Jackie Wilkes Ziegler, she's the person that puts all this together. Being around them, they're entrepreneurs and business owners. And so I was really always interested in business. So I went to school, got my degree, and then I wanted to know more about how to get more money, how to leverage capital appropriately. So that's the main reason why I kind of went this avenue.
So you about your coins then, huh? I see. I love that. All about her coins. All right. So making the transition, is this something that you wanted to do since you were a kid, like, or you just it was just an epiphany, like, I gotta be here. This is my position.
I don't know. I wouldn't say I always wanted to be in banking as a kid. I kind of wanted to be a business owner, but in order to do that, I think you have to go through certain experiences to really understand how business should work. So I think this is a part of that journey.
I love that. And so having that a part of your journey, you've had hardships, I'm sure, being a part of this journey and learning the banking system and being able to teach your community. Is there certain things you have to do with kind of just like changing your language or educating your community about vocabulary words and so many other things that's in banking so they can succeed?
Yes, I think I went to the HBCU, so I went to Texas Southern University here in Houston. So they always educated us about professional development, code switching, learning how to dress, learning how to talk, walk. And being that I was an intern, so I was intern while I was in undergrad, I was able to kind of learn and pick up on those things while I was already in school. So by the time I was able to get a real job, seamlessly, if you will, kind of came to fruition.
You put in the work and they saw your work and they was like, we need her on our team, man. So I love that. So moving forward, like just within this industry and what you have and what you do, like what are some of the common mistakes that people like just make that's just kind of like common?
Oh gosh, a lot. The job comes with a lot of conversations that aren't the easiest to have. So most people, I would say the three main things, most people don't have their paperwork together. It doesn't matter if you're Black, white, I've seen it all. Most people don't understand tax returns. Most people don't understand balance sheets, income statements, how to keep up with your income and what you bring in, what you're giving out. So paperwork has been the downfall of a lot of people when it comes to right now, even the PPP loan. Most of my experiences of people not being able to get access to what they need is because their paperwork isn't together.
Dang. So, I mean, how have people overcome that in a way to where they got their paperwork together? Are there people that is there a support system that can help them or what?
As a bank, we typically aren't able to guide people on, what they need to do or what we think they should do. You just kind of have to have certain jargon to kind of get people to click. Like you need to go talk to your CPA, talk to your a financial advisor, talk to your accountant for them to be able to get what they need. Because it's not what you know, sometimes it's who you know. Yeah. So if you don't have your paperwork together, then how do you expect a bank to lend money to you in your time of need?
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. So how are you reaching the next generation? How are you, I mean, just to be able to make sure that we don't make those same mistakes with the paperwork and all those other things. Are you doing anything to help the next generation?
Yeah, I'm a part of different like organizations. I'm a part of my alma mater's School of Business alumni chapter. I'm a member of a sorority. So I do help people that are up and coming, because I don't want them to make the same mistakes or have to go through certain struggles. So I am the youngest in my entire department. Wow. So I'm usually the troublemaker. I'm the one that's like, well, we should probably do it a different way, or what about this, or like just trying to poke holes in every part of the system, because I want the people after me to be able to succeed and not be behind.
What sorority are you a part of?
I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Okay, they always gotta say incorporated. I'm learning this whole sorority thing. Incorporate, yeah, you know, like you just gotta say the full name. Okay, so with that, man, you guys are making an impact within the community, and you have vision for, and you have. Yep. Here we go.
Okay. Sorry.
All right, and it's very rare that people have legacy. But you actually have legacy, and you are developing and helping the next generation. I know our video is out, but and with legacy, you know, that's something that is very important to reaching that next generation, and
right,
the communications and things like that. So, like, what's the bigger goal for you? What do you want to do in life?
I think after being in my current role, I'll probably go back to school for my MBA here pretty soon. And then hopefully gain additional exposure to the business. And then ultimately, I do want to teach people about financial literacy and, you know, how to basically plan your life around your finances. I think understanding your finances puts you at a certain advantage in life. In preparation for certain things. I always tell people that you most likely shouldn't apply for lending when you most need it. Always apply when you don't need it. Because banks are very, very, when things come about, they're just certain scenarios where they're not as lending as much. So I think that we're coming up on one of those times where they might be a little bit more conservative.
We need a book from you, Constance, that says how to get banks to say yes. That's what we need. If you could produce that book, I think it would just be a bestseller, and like you travel all over the world talking to everybody. All right, but that's just in my head. Okay.
Thank you.
So how can people follow you on social media? Are you a social media person at all?
I am a social media person, but not when it relates to work.
Okay. So we see that Constance's life at Retro then. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's totally separate. I am on LinkedIn though. Constance Williams on LinkedIn, but for like Facebook and Instagram, I'm not really. I'm pretty private, I'll say that.
Okay. Oh, let me find out, Constance. I'm gonna check out your Facebook, and we gonna see what Constance's life with coins is like, man. I'm sure it's pretty fun. Traveling and doing all you do, man. So I do believe in you, Constance. And one thing that I do want to know from you and hear from you is like what we're asking everybody is to give words of wisdom, something that we can hold on to. And you in finance, you have a deeper understanding. You're a numbers person, so you can get to somebody else's brain a little bit differently than most. So tell me a little bit from your heart, you know, just give us some words of hope, wisdom, or love. Like, what would that be?
I guess as it relates to what I do currently, I would give 3 pieces of advice. Again, I said it, have your paperwork together. If you want to start a business, make it final, like do the work, go get that LLC registered, go ahead, start filing your Schedule C on your tax return, get the paperwork done. I mean, if you want to start a business, do it now. It's not going to wait forever.
Yeah.
The second piece of advice, again, it's not what you know, it's who you know. So make relationships. I would say that's important in banking, is your relationship and how you manage to keep your relationship. So if you know certain bankers, if you know certain people that are able to kind of give you additional insight, I think that's important. And then lastly, do your research. Do the work, because not everyone is upstanding or has the same fiber of a moral fiber as you. So do the research in whatever you're trying to do. And I think all those 3 points will lead you to some point of success.
Girl, you were spitting wisdom this morning. You at the pulpit this morning, girl. Good job. Let's give a hand for Constance Williams, everybody. The next multimillionaire here in Tulsa. I just love it. So thank you, Constance, for joining us. Oh, Houston. I'm sorry. See?
Yeah.
I know she got coins in. She in H-Town. I love it. All right. So Constance, be safe out there. It's a pandemic out there, so make sure you stay safe. And is it warm or cold in Houston? I mean, like.
Oh no, it's like 100 something already.
Oh yeah. So you feeling what we feeling in, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Constance, thank you so much for taking the time out of your morning and joining us. We really appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
All right. And up next, we have a young lady who is here with us as well. Her name is Jamaica Elliott. Jamaica Elliott. Go ahead and take yourself off of mute and join us here. We have Jamaica Elliott. So tell me a little bit about who you are, Jamaica, and what you do. You got to take yourself off mute real quick. So we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. So really, I want to go by Jamaica Moore.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Jamaica
Okay,
Moore.
we'll do it like that.
Yes.
Okay. But, so I specialize in making all natural aromatherapy and Ayurvedic skin and hair products.
Ooh, I love that. So tell me, how can I get myself glowing, my skin and my hair to be glowing like yours?
Oh, okay. So I have a few different products that work for different things. So for your hair, I have like deep conditioners, but one of my big things that sells the most is my hair growth oil. So I call it Grow Head, because it works. Like, you'll see the results real fast. So I call it Grow Head. But that will help you if you really want to grow your hair. It'll help you grow your hair, and you'll see results pretty fast.
So guys don't need man units; they just need your oil, right?
They don't need the oil.
See,
that's
you
it. Even for the beard.
And for the beard?
And for the beards.
See, I'm trying to get my beard game up. You know what I mean? I've been putting a little bit of castor oil on here, but I think your oil is probably just better than that. Like,
you probably don't need a little more help than castor oil.
So without giving us your secret ingredient within your oil, what are some of the ingredients that you have in your oil to help our hair and
That's skin? A good question. That's a good question. I use Ayurvedic practices. So Ayurveda means healing in Indian. So I use Indian powders and things like that. And there's a variety of powders and essential oils that I use to help it all come together and cohesively work to stimulate the follicles and then produce the growth.
Wow. So do I put this on after I get out the shower, before? Like, what's the regimen that you recommend?
I always recommend people use it twice a day, but your hair doesn't have to be in a particular condition. You can do it on dry hair. You can do it on wet hair. You can do it however you feel like doing it.
So with your business and the way, because us as Black folks, we love to look good. We love to shine. We love our hair to be popping, everything, just to be just right for us. What are some of the things? So let me ask you this. Why did you choose this lane to go to help support people with their, the way that they look? Like, why did you choose this?
Because we have so many, not just our community as far as, Black people, but of course that was what I thought about first. I thought about my household first.
Yeah.
With eczema, acne, blackheads, all these dark scars. I thought about things like that. And I wanted to be able to help people in a way that was affordable. One, that's my biggest thing, because ain't nothing worse than, there is nothing worse than having
tell y'all how like it.
Right, a bad case of eczema, and there's nothing that's working. You go to the store, the stuff that works is like $20.
Yes.
I wanted to create something affordable and that really don't just you don't topically put it on and then you have a little relief. I wanted to create things that get to the root. They go underneath the skin, help fight inflammation, because inflammation causes the flare, which causes the itch.
Yeah.
So I wanted to create things to help rid of things so we can all feel good about how we look.
Yes. I don't ever buy hair grease at Everything's $1. Like, that is not the place to get your souls.
It's
for
all
Black
water. It's all water.
Yeah, man. And so, how can people purchase your products?
Okay, I do have a website. The name of my business is Body and Being Beauty. So my website is bodyandbeingbeauty.com.
So
you can go on there.
Is that an A-N-D?
It's you spell out the word.
Okay, got you. Okay,
body A-N-D, yeah, being, yeah, and being like human being.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Yeah. So, what's the legacy for you? What are you looking to leave? Here on Earth and here for the next generations? Like, what's that plan for you?
Just being able to multiply on different ways that we can help ourselves with like the things that are already from the ground. You know what I mean? That is my main thing, for people to be more aware of the natural practices that we can do to heal the things that we deal with on our skin, inside and out, our skin, our hair, everything. We have the natural practices to do it.
You said a whole word, girl. You just said a whole poem right there. Good. So how did you discover? How did you become? Did you go outside and see just like some flowers and just like, I want to do this? Like, how did you come to that conclusion that you wanted to do it that way?
You know what? It turned into a different interest over time. I started with like, okay, what can I do to make my hair grow? And I found like cloves, ham cloves, that you put in the ham during holiday time.
Yep.
Those alone they have so many benefits. So I started once I realized that, and then I made an oil with clove oil, and it was working. So I was like, well, what else works? Natural. And then I stumbled up on Ayurveda, and then I started doing research.
Things are becoming, and things are becoming more accessible on YouTube. Like, so my daughter started like getting rice water, and she put it in a bottle, and she just started to spray her hair to grow her hair a lot longer. So we have more access to a lot of things that are more natural, and a lot of videos that are teaching us the more natural pathways. Do you have any tutorials or anything to teach people about that?
I've only made one tutorial, but it was not actually making anything. It was just like it was to showcase my turmeric soap and how I cleared my face. But I actually get a lot of ideas from tutorials.
Yeah.
I get a lot of ideas from tutorials.
That's amazing. And like, are you able to get the source of your items, like where you are? Where do you live? Where are you from? I
just located to Florida.
Florida. Okay, I love that. Let's give it up for Florida, everybody. Florida is in the house. Yeah, you definitely got to get your
I just got here.
Oh, you just got there. Where did you go? Where did you move from?
Oklahoma, Tulsa.
Oh, Oklahoma to Florida. Oh, that's right. Yes, I love it, man. And you can't be in Florida and not have your skin popping there. So you had to find a way. Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You're on the beach. You can't have scars and stuff all on your leg when you was a kid and you fell off the bike. You can't have that in your life, man.
Exactly.
I love that. So you picked up and you was like, okay, so now I got to start this product line and I got to make sure that everybody uses products that are natural. And so when you go into some of these stores, the hair stores, you look on the shelf, it says like natural, but you look on the back and you look at the verbiage and the words and with the ingredients, and it's not necessarily natural. Like you have all types of red dye #3 and all, those types of things. So how is it that you're able to keep your integrity as far as just making sure that things are pure, like, and not,
not messed up in any kind of, I do all my research. Like if I want to color something, if I don't use something like, okay, my turmeric soap, turmeric itself is going to color the soap.
Yeah.
So that's perfect, right? But there's also other natural powders you can use in order to be able to, color your product if you want. I do use a preservative that's non-toxic. I do use that in some things so they don't, go bad and things like that. But for the most part, it's all about research. That's all you can do is research what things will work as far as as close to natural as possible that aren't toxic. And also what I had to learn was with using Indian powders, they can be too strong, so they can be, people can react.
Indian powders, are you talking about like India or Indian, like
India?
Okay.
Yeah, like neem powder, shikakai, amla, brahmi. There's lots of kinds. They're like, yes, from India.
Wow. And so do you go to the grocery store and get these spices and herbs and stuff?
I actually order them online. You can get everything off Amazon. But I did the research, and so they were really legit from there.
Yeah.
I was happy about that.
It works well with our skin?
Well, you just put it in your hair. Well, actually, and I use some in my eczema powder, but it works. That's what's without telling you my secret.
She like, I almost told you. Hold on.
Right? No, but they work really, really well. They work better than a lot of things that you would think would work. Have you ever heard of wild growth oil?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. Well, it's okay. It works, but then your hair plateaus.
What is it? What is wild growth oil though?
It's a growth oil. You can get it at like the hair store.
Really?
Or Walgreens, or you can get it's like $8. It works. But see, that's what I'm saying. I was using that, and then I got to a point where I wasn't seeing any more results. So I decided to check into my own things. And then, like you said, you look at the ingredients.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, no, okay, I can work this. I can make this way better. And so that was my aim. How can I make it better but affordable, and to where everybody is happy using it?
Yeah. See, you are a true businesswoman. You really think outside the box. You look at your competitors and you go in and make your own. And that's how it's supposed to be done, man. So you are going to be a billionaire. I'm calling it right now. We're calling it a billionaire because you're doing it the right way, girl. So congratulations to you for doing it.
Thank you.
The right thing. I'm proud of you. So just like everybody else, man, that, we come in contact with, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't someone who was really making an impact and making a difference. So I truly believe in you as well. Can you give us some words of wisdom or something to hold on to that is for us entrepreneurs, because we kind of we run in packs, you know what I mean? So what would you say to entrepreneurs out there?
As far as just like business in general?
Yeah, whatever's on your heart.
Okay. I feel like this. I personally feel like there's so many things I want to do. I don't want to limit myself to one lane. You know what I mean? I have a lot of interests. So I feel like, take your time, get your craft down. Because if you have the outlook like, oh, I can do this to make money, that's not going to get you far. Right, you have to really enjoy and appreciate. And I feel like if you don't have a purpose for what you're doing, you're just not going to get anywhere. Besides money can't be your root. So I feel like if you really have the passion behind what you're looking towards or what you're interested in doing, really hone in and just keep making it better, and then move on to whatever else as far as an entrepreneur, then move on to the next step once you get that first thing built up how you want it to be. That's my advice.
Man, you spoke to my soul, girl. Good job. You spoke to my soul.
Thank you.
And how can people find you on social media? How can they connect with you?
Okay, so I have an Instagram. It is @BodyBeingBeauty.
Mm-hmm.
And then my Facebook for the business, it's pretty long, but it's Body and Being Beauty Bars Group.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yes, I like
it's
that.
long. I couldn't change it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't let me change it, so I just left it.
But you can never get that wrong. You should always know where to find you, where that group is. And so, what are you putting in your groups on a consistent basis? Oh,
As far as content,
yes.
I'll just like, I kind of, when I start posting, I think in commercial form. Like, I don't care if it's the same post over and over. Commercials, so they show the same commercials over and over. So, but mostly I post the top sellers, and then that's the Grow Head hair growth oil, and then the turmeric soap because it's great. So those in the rose water, I'm mostly posting those, and I'm mostly trying to post like maybe before and after results of people using those products, just to get people to see how they look before and after, so they can see that it works.
Now, give me your Facebook group one more time, because I'm gonna write this down. I want to be a part of this.
It's Body and Being Beauty Bars, like BARS, and then Group.
All right, Body and Being Bars.
Beauty
Group.
Bars.
Beauty Bars. This is a tongue twister for me now. Body and Being Beauty Bars. Oh, that's you spitting right there. I see you, girl. Okay. Body and Being Beauty Bars.
Beauty Bars Group.
Group. I love it. Okay. So I'm gonna be a friend. Huh? Say it one more time.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, all right. Well, yes, make sure if you're watching this live right now, make sure you go on social media and join her on live. And we have Jamaica Moore that is here with us today. She is a part of the Black Economic Expo. She is a vendor here, and I love what she's doing. She moved from Oklahoma all the way to Florida, and man, her skin is flawless right now. Her hair is flawless right now. And she is the epitome of entrepreneur. So make sure you guys actually add her as a friend on social media, and also go to her website, see what she does, support her, buy some of her soap and some of her hair growth. So answer this for me. So for all of our people out there that are purchasing, how long are the shipping days? Is it 3 to 5 shipping days, or what is it like?
3 to 5.
3 to 5.
Absolutely.
I love it. One more time, tell us your website. Tell us where we can find you.
Website is bodyandbeingbeauty.com. You can find me on Instagram at bodybeingbeauty or Facebook at Body and Being Beauty Bars Group.
Love it. Let's give my girl a hand, Jamaica. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And give us some of that sunshine glow from Florida down here in Oklahoma, girl. So we just appreciate you for joining us. You are such an amazing person.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right, peace.
Let's do 5 minutes before we bring on.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break here, and we have some more guests that we're going to bring on to the show here in just moments. So make sure you stick around. This is the Black Economic Expo 2020. We'll be right back, y'all.
No, we're live right now on our page on Facebook.
Via Zoom.
Via Zoom though. So,
She has to share the live.
oh,
video.
okay. I see what you're saying. We need to let her. She can share her screen. She's doing a PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
So once she comes on, we can share it. Once we click on her when we're ready. Yeah. So we can share it. Yes. You're gonna share your PowerPoint through our computer. That's correct. Yeah, we'll do that in a few seconds. Alrighty. Thank you. Bye. I didn't know what she meant.
Hey, Tracy, I see you in here. Can you go ahead and unmute yourself or do the video so we can practice the screen? Sharing the screen, please.
Come on.
Waiting on Tracy. All right, Tracy, we're about ready. So if you want to go ahead and show your video and also your audio, we are all ready for you, man.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm pressing on share screen and it says the host has disabled.
Share it. And then share that where she's at. Yeah.
Yep. All right, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, share?
Yeah.
Share. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're sharing our screen here. Give me 1 second. All right, do you see it?
I do see it. Hold on. Let me get in here. Mine still says disabled.
Disabled?
Yes, it's not allowing me to share mine. Now I see yours.
Huh.
I think you have to go to the settings. It's one of the settings.
I did sharing before.
Settings?
Yeah, and I think it's one of the things you have to say allow participants to share screen.
You see?
Here, give me 1 second. Stop recording, info, disable participants, annotation, show names and annotation. Hide video panel, hot. Share computer sound, no. Let me take a look here. Do you know how to do this, Jeffrey?
Let me check that.
Okay.
did share before. Did share multiple times.
Okay, there it is.
All right. See, I just went to her name and hit.
Oh, I don't want y'all to see me.
What?
I want you to see
your presentation.
PowerPoint. Oh my goodness.
Well, record, rename, put remove. I'm gonna just say invite. Well, you're already invited. Let's go back here. Access start video chat. Make host allow record. That's strange because I've been doing sharing most of last week. So
that's weird.
Do you just want to just discuss it versus sharing a PowerPoint, or?
I can.
We just show you at the computer or whatever, and you can just discuss it. That's what Constance did. So she didn't share her PowerPoint. She just merely had it with her in front of her, and then we just merely had her face.
Okay, well, I'm not going to show my actual face. I'm going to show my picture.
Okay, because we ain't gonna. Okay.
Do you see my video? Do you see my actual picture up there?
I just see your name.
You don't see my picture?
No.
What the? Oh my gosh.
What the?
Generally, it shows your picture.
It just shows your name.
What is going on? Hold on. Let me see if I can do something different here. Oh, different. And I see, you know what? I wonder if I can forward you my PowerPoint.
Can she do that? Forward.
What's going on?
We're unable to see her PowerPoint. We shared her. We're trying to share our screen with her.
Is that her screen right there?
It's the one that says Tracy White.
No, I'm saying whatever this is, that's on the.
No, that's us.
That's us. She has to share her screen with us.
Okay, you got to share your screen with us.
Okay, hold on.
Instead of us sharing our screen.
Okay, let me see. Hold on.
We'll pin her.
And then we'll pin you.
This is
yes. More balloons popping outside.
Hold on.
Sure. She got to turn her video on.
Turn your video on.
If I turn my video on, that's actually not my picture, but me, myself. Hold on. Oh dear. I have my screen sharing on. Okay, hold on. Okay. Under the settings, you see screen sharing, and it says who can share, all participants. Who can start sharing when someone else is sharing, all participants.
Tracy, what's on your screen right now?
What I see is you.
No, I mean on your screen.
Oh, it's it says Black Economic Expo.
Oh, okay.
What is your email address?
JWICRS@yahoo.com.
Whose screen is that?
Hers.
That's hers?
Yeah, she just sent me something. So we're sharing her.
There she is.
There she is.
It says Jackie Wilkes is here. Jackie has the presentation open.
Yes, I have it. So you can go over that way if you want.
Okay. Okay, is it a full screen? I see my subtitles on the side.
No, it's a full screen.
Oh, it is the full screen? Okay.
Let's get started.
Okay. All right. My name is Tracy White Davidson. I want to thank Jackie for inviting me to this Black Economic Expo. I first met Jackie some years ago and just recently started to trying to help her with some things that I felt like were beneficial for her as far as her business and filing her taxes. I'm just going to give you a brief overview, and there are probably some other things that are specific to your industry that if you like, you're welcome to email me at any given time. I'll give you my email address and I'll be happy to go over there with you. From the small business aspect, I know most people cringe when talking about taxes, and some people are just downright scared to think about the IRS and filing their taxes, especially for their businesses. While they're not easy, they really aren't hard as well. So the ultimate thing as far as filing your taxes and your business is to make sure that what you're doing benefits you. And if you have any questions, please put them in the chat and I can also try and answer them for you as well. About me, I have a Bachelor of Business Administration, a BBA. I majored in accounting. I minored in business management from Langston University. I graduated in 1991. My business name is TNT Tax Services. And I tend to think that I'm blowing the competition away. I have over 25 years of tax experience. Especially with the small businesses. Now, as far as small businesses, it's an entrepreneur's market. You have barbers, you have people that do daycare, you have hairstylists, Again, the thing is about taxes is finding something that you do in your passion, getting your business in order so that you can make do with whatever it is that you find your passion for, whether it be daycare, whether it be a hairstylist, barber. There are plenty more t-shirt entrepreneurs. People I know have small businesses. They do something as far as that is in the line of their work, like security guards. You find some policemen that are actually security guards on the side. The purpose or intent of a business, if you have something you like to do, and just because, let's use, for instance, you buy dolls, you're collecting dolls. If you're not in the business of buying those dolls and selling them, that is not a business. That is basically your hobby. So the thing is to define what it is that is your hobby and what it is that is actually what you're calling your business. The ultimate intent of a business is to generate income while making profit while you're doing a good or service. A legitimate business. When you talk about business, there are certain things that you need to do as far as legitimizing your business. Some of those things are obtaining an employee identification number. You can do that free through IRS's website. It's called an SS4. Some people will charge you money to do this. It does not cost to obtain a employer identification number. And those come in handy, like if you have a daycare and you want to give your parents what it is they paid for the year, you don't want your social security number floating around there. You would get your employee identification number so that when you give them their statement of what they paid for the year, they would have that and they could use it on their taxes and not your actual social security number. You can use your social security number, but again, I feel it's best to get an employee identification number. Register your business and your business name with the state of Oklahoma. You can do that on your own at www.oktax.state.ok.gov. You do not have to pay for this. There are sites, if you go out to try and register your business, they'll say, oh, we can do this for you. And of course, it's a nice penny to do so. Keep accurate records of your income and expenses. You can do that through QuickBooks. You can do that through Excel spreadsheets. You can do that writing it down on in a notebook. You need to be able to have some type of accurate records for what it is that you said that you brought in as your income or that you spent on your expenses. Keep a separate business bank account from your personal bank account. Do not run your expenses for your business through your personal bank account. It's hard to decipher what is what when it comes time to need to get your expenses together for your taxes. To track your expenses better, pay with a debit card or a credit card. Keep receipts of your expenses. Avoid paying cash to your employees especially, but even when you're going somewhere and you just say, oh, I'll just pick this up and I'll just pay for it. 9 times out of 10, you may lose that receipt. It may not have it for tracking purposes when it comes down to it. And if you just run everything through your business account, you'll have it all readily there so that you can use it. If you have employees, set up a payroll system. For those that were applying for the economic impact disaster loans and the advances that came out, which was the free money, it came down to you just needed to do a streamlined process and tell them how many employees you had. Well, if you did not qualify for that, there was another thing called a PPP, a Paycheck Protection Program. Whereas some people actually do have people they pay, they had no way of verifying that they actually paid those employees. They were paying them cash. They did not have things set up through the Internal Revenue Service where they were submitting quarterly statements to pay their payroll taxes. You should have something set up to the Oklahoma Tax Commission for your state withholdings. And then also with the Oklahoma Employment Security Commission. These are all things that if people document, they can easily qualify for different things that come out. The benefits of having a small business. Again, having a small business allows an individual to maximize their deductions. While some business owners show their income and fall into a category where they benefit from the earned income credit bracket, some taxpayers fall into a category of not being able to itemize deductions and need to take advantage of their business deductions to offset their income. For the first 3 to 7 years of your business life, you typically work at a loss. So say, for instance, you have gross receipts of $15,000, you had business expenses of $25,000, you have a net loss of $10,000. If you work a regular job and your business has a loss, you can directly offset your money from your main job from the money from your side job. And that goes the other way as well. Some people need to show their income. And those people are the ones who basically do fit into an earned income credit category. And I know a lot of times, as far as the loss, people will say, how do big businesses avoid paying taxes? Well, they use their businesses and they use their losses to offset their business income. Are you all actually controlling?
Yes.
Okay, you are. Okay, go back a couple of slides to maximizing your income.
Okay.
Again, when you have a lot of people fall into a category of qualifying for earned income credit off of their business income, their small business income. So if you have gross receipts of $25,000, your business expenses are about $15,000, and you have a net profit of $10,000, then you fall into a category where you qualify for an earned income credit if you have dependents that allow you to do so. I've seen some businesses actually make $200,000, and then after their expenses, they actually fell into an earned income credit bracket.
Next.
Filing your taxes. You need to be proactive. You need to take control of your taxes. We spoke of having an accurate accounting system for keeping track of your income expenses. The main thing is when you're filing your taxes, don't wait until the last minute to figure out what your income and your expenses are. Either do a monthly or get somebody, another small business, to do it for you. If you wait to the last minute, something can be missed. Some of the biggest mistakes I have seen from business owners come when they did not know and the taxpayer did not offer additional guidance. The taxpayer just submitted what they thought they needed to submit, and the tax preparer said, oh, okay, well, I'm putting this in based off what you told me. This is what it is. They don't actually go in, some of them, and say, hey, well, you left this off, you left that off. They don't have time to do that. Some you may find they do take that little extra mile to try and help you, but a lot of times the bigger companies don't have time because they're in it to make business and they have to move these people out as soon as possible. And they don't have time to do your bookkeeping. That's your job. Some of the businesses that I generally prepare taxes for are daycares, hairstylists, barbers, some consultants, some that do lawn care, photography, t-shirt designers, some in the food service, and basically most of them are sole proprietors and they file a Schedule C. And if you go to the next slide. As I was telling you, you're going to fill out a profit or loss from your business, and that would include your type of business, where you're doing business at, your EIN number, Again, you can use your social, but it's best to use your EIN. And then you're going to list whether or not you maturely participate in the business, if you operate off of cash. And when it's saying cash, it's basically any receipts that you receive that at the time that you receive them, then that's when you're going to count them. That is an accrual basis of accounting. And then that's what most small businesses use. Go to the next slide, please. Again, this is where you're going to enter your gross income from your accounting system. Next slide. And then your expenses. Again, when you go to tax preparers, unless they're really in it to try and help you, they're not going to tell you what it is that you qualify for. They're basically going to say, well, what do you have? What do you have listed as your expenses? I've seen some things where some taxpayers say, well, my tax preparer didn't let me use certain things. If I bring whatever to the tax preparer, they're to use what I give them. Some of them are very conservative and they'll say, oh no, you can't use that, when in fact you really can. Okay, next slide. If you are selling things, you need to also have a way of tracking your inventory and whatnot. I don't deal with a lot of the cost of goods sold. So let's go to the next one, please. A common left off mistake is your vehicle expenses. If you're using your vehicle in the course of your business, you are entitled to write off either your mileage, which is your standard deduction, or your actual expenses incurred for your car. You usually go the larger of the two. Next slide, please. Again, here are some of the common left off deductions. Advertising, any type of advertising you do for your business, you can count that, where you buy business cards. Even if you put an ad in somebody's, like they generally do books for different events and stuff. If you put something in there, you pay somebody $100, that's your advertising. Startup expenses, a lot of people don't include their startup expenses. You get up to $5,000 that you can write off for your startup expenses to start that business. Again, your vehicle, you need to, if you're using your vehicle mileage, you need to keep track of your mileage. I generally have not seen IRS come back on people for other expenses, but they will for vehicle mileage if they think it's too high. And even in some cases, it was actually legitimate business miles and they still kind of questioned it. So for the most part, you need to do that. Interest paid on your car. A lot of people don't know if you're buying a car, you can write the interest off. Home office deduction, daycare specifically. A lot of people, this is a most commonly missed one. If you have some type of home office or if you're doing daycare, you can write off the use of your home. That's one that's totally missed. If you have meals associated with your business, you can write that off. Travel, if you have educational or training that you do, or even licenses that you have to obtain in the course of your business, you can write that off. You have people that don't pay you for your services and you have a bad debt, you can write that off. If you offer discounts on your services, you can write that off. Healthcare premiums that you pay in the course of your business, you can write that off. Depreciating assets, you can write off computers, you can write off cars. If they're used in the course of your business, you can write off office furniture. You have to think about things that benefit your business and you're using in the course of your business. And again, sometimes these are things that people won't tell you. These are things that you really kind of have to need to know in the back of your mind. Next slide, please. Common mishaps. Again, not keeping accurate records. not having a clue what you made, what you spent, that's not good. Not being prepared when you file your taxes, or asking questions correctly or answering them correctly. Again, most tax preparers, if they're bigger businesses, all they're gonna go off is what you give them. It's up to you to be able to tell them what it is that you did and are doing in order that you get the best benefit of filing your taxes. Again, tax preparers not exploring additional options on behalf of the small business owner. Again, tax customers not aware of what business expenses they should use or what they qualify to use. And then another thing is overpaying self-employment taxes due to incorrect profit. If you don't use the correct expenses, you're going to overpay your self-employment taxes if you make a profit. So all of those things are common mishaps that I see a lot, even having viewed prior tax returns that are brought to me that were prepared by someone else. On my next slide is some resources. I just threw out a whole lot of information very quickly to you due to time. Taxes, again, not hard. All you have to do is do your part, get someone to work with you to be able to help you to utilize the expenses that you have to be able to get you where you need to be when you file your taxes. Some resources is Publication 334. It's a tax guide for small businesses and for individuals who use the Schedule C. If you have any questions outside of here, then you can always reach me at tnttaxservices1986@gmail.com. And my phone number is 918-269-0710. And if you email me, I can sit down with you and go over some things with you. I can use an hour to go over some general things with you, and even look at your prior tax returns to see if you use the best benefits to get the best tax rate. Any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't think we have any questions at this time. So I do have a question. So with what you have, how can people continue to get the supports that they need, you know, with the work that they have, the businesses, and it's different industries, and especially with COVID, everything happening with COVID here. What's the common thing that people are successfully, the pathway that people are successfully getting the funding that they need, and also taxes and other things like that? So what would you recommend during this time with COVID?
There are some different types of grants and different types of things, even for the Small Business Administration, that they are making available for our small businesses. Now, the Economic Impact Disaster loan, there were two parts to it. Of course, there was the advance, which was the free money, which based on the number of employees you had, they just advanced you $1,000 per employee, which that money is gone. And then there's also applying for a small business loan through the Economic Impact Disaster portion. But again, that runs your credit, and they will offer you a loan if you pass the credit. The interest rate, I believe, is 3.75% over a 35-year period of time to pay it back. So those are some things to look at. And like I said, there are a lot of resources I am finding online that are coming out with different types of grants and loans that people can apply for.
Well, the thing is for us in our community, we struggle with being on the front end of the wave of getting the financing. So when the PPE came through, and there were a lot of businesses, we heard about the Los Angeles Lakers utilizing millions of dollars out of that PPE that they really didn't need to help fund, you know, their business. They were on the cusp of knowing the information and getting that stuff through. How can we as a community be on the front end of knowing the information and getting the applications in faster?
Well, again, with the EIDL, they did go back in there and open it up. And if you basically weren't checking, you didn't know. And what it's a first come, first serve basis. As soon as the money was gone, that advanced part of it, it was gone. But my thing is keep checking back. You have to keep checking back and utilizing their website and see when these things are coming out. Because like I said, some of it's word of mouth. As soon as they came out, people were like, oh, it's open again. There's some more money. And then as soon as they did that, the money was gone, it's closed.
Yeah.
So some of it is being proactive and then making sure you're also checking in to see what it is that you can find that you can apply for that may benefit you.
And with your company, do you help your clients to stay on top of and in front of where the funding is going to be?
I do try and make sure that I'm checking as well and letting people know what it is that is actually out there as I become aware of it. Yes. So yes, I do.
So you help Jackie get a grant altogether.
Yes.
For the small business owner.
Yes. And again, like I said, it's all about, that's my passion. When you talk about small businesses or whatnot, my passion is trying to help people. So doing the taxes or whatnot allows me to be able to help people. So whatever information I have, I'm going to pass it on because I want to see people succeed. So
I love that. You have a heart for people and you give the right information. And knowing that now that there is a lot of money available to our community, it's more pertinent than ever. Like, this is our time. I feel like this is our time to get the funding now and to get the ideas. Now that we had some time to sit back and just really think, due to COVID, we had time to slow down and really work on our goals and dreams of the things that we really want to focus on now. And so with that, have you seen a resurgence in businesses taking the right steps and getting the funding now? Like, have you seen that during COVID?
Again, it's not equally distributed. I'm just going to say that, okay? I do see it, but at the same time, you have a lot more big businesses that are benefiting, before the small business. And really, if you think about it, some of those businesses don't even need the money. It's just because it's there.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to apply for it. And if I qualify, hey, let me get it. And you did notice some of the big businesses actually did give that money back. Yeah. But again, it's going to be a slow thing, but eventually I think it'll get to where it needs to be, that everybody benefits around, the same equity amount that is across the board. But it's just going to take time because, like I said, first come, first serve.
Absolutely.
And
TNT Tech Services 1986 at gmail.com. If you need to reach her, and her number is 918-269-0710. And TNT Tech Services is who you need in your life. They will make sure that you get a big explosion of success with TNT Taxes. So make sure you give them a call and give them a support. Once again, how can they? Are you social media savvy at all? Are you on social media?
Well, mostly, I'm just going to be honest with you. I am word of mouth. At one point, I did do quite a few taxes, but I've slowed down because sometimes it becomes a little demanding. So I am really kind of like word of mouth, and I get a lot of business that way. So it works for me.
Yeah.
So
yes, word of mouth is the best way to advertise. So that way it comes in the right position, in the right, presentation. So I love word of mouth. I do. Yes, and that is the right way to take things in building your business. So not only just in taxes you thrive, but also the way that you do business is a great way. And you're a life coach for so many people out here because taxes are a hard thing to navigate for our community. So,
and it's really not. I'm being honest. Sometimes even going on to some of the tax programs, it's kind of like really like seamless, and it's just kind of step by step, and it kind of puts you in the right direction. But sometimes you just have to know a little bit more about some things that you need to use to be able to get what it is that you need to benefit you.
To me, it's like the tax laws are challenging, you know, and understanding what all the laws are and how to, you know, properly do that. And it takes an accountant, someone like yourself, to really break down and help us to understand what it really means. So thank you.
And they're forever changing. Like I said, there's always something different, but at the same time, just utilizing resources and reading and you know, re-educating yourself and training yourself, then it helps out a lot.
Absolutely. Let's give it up for this young lady here. Thank you so much for being such a great support and teaching us about taxes and business altogether, because if we don't get this side of it, man, we are in trouble down the line. You know, you can only do under the table for so long, but after the under the table whole situation, then you can make it official and go to TNT Tax Services. So, yes. So thank you again for making it to the 2020 Black Economic Expo. Where are you at this moment? Where do you live?
Oh, I'm in Tulsa.
In Tulsa. I love it. So big shouts out to you. And where are you located?
Okay, so if you want to inbox me, I work out of my home.
Okay.
So again, I am open to help whomever. So if they inbox me, email me, I'll be glad to get with them and work something out to help them out.
I love it. Thank you so much for stopping by and visiting with us and being a part of the 2020 Black Economic Expo virtually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. You have a blessed day.
You do the same.
Thank you.
All right. And we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here. Thanks to Ms. Tracy White Davidson. We're going to take a quick break here and we'll be back. This is the Black Economic Expo 2020. Thank you for joining. All right, do we have, okay, the CP3705AS? I see you in here. Are you waiting on someone?
No, it could be just somebody watching.
Or just somebody watching as well.
Or ask them as a speaker or a vendor.
Yep. Are you a speaker or a vendor? If you're waiting online here, we wanted to know if you were a speaker or a vendor. If you can hear us.
Take your Tell them to take it off the mute if they trying to talk.
I'm gonna ask them to unmute here. Click that.
Ask them, can they hear you?
And can you hear me? No? All right. At all. Did she have a passcode?
No, she's
Real quick, but for you guys that are on Instagram Live, we do have phenomenal people who have bought into and supported this amazing program here at the Black Economic Expo. First, we want to thank the Chickasaw Indian Nation for being a huge sponsor. Also, our vendors, Damsel, Kimberly Walker, Lashana McBride, L&T Apparel, Noble Kendrick Mobile Gas Station, also Cheryl Cherry, Prefix Coffee, and Jamaica Moore, which we just talked to her today, was Body and Being Beauty. Also Karen Gidge, the Sheets Lady, and Joyce Williams Books. So we want to thank all of you guys for joining us today. We're going to talk a little bit more about mental health as well. To both of my videos, we're going to talk about mental health and also women who excel. And I think there's not one woman that I've met that has not excelled in life and business, you know, in this community. So they definitely are excelling. Also, the Black Wall Street conversation, pre-100. It's the 99th year this year, but next year will be the 100-year centennial. Not celebration, but commemorating the Black Wall Street massacre. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to have a makeup battle at 3 p.m. with Ty Mason today.
We're actually going to have Tia Mason, and it's going to be makeup tutorial and interview with artists.
Okay, so
we changed it.
Okay, we're going to have actually an interview with Tia Mason. And coming up at 5 p.m. tonight, we got Demetra Tyler with Salty Gospel Night coming up at 5 p.m. tonight. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you stick around. It's going to be a great presentation here today. So we have some great things in store for you. So enjoy, and make sure you go since you're on Instagram right now with the Black Economic Expo, make sure that you share this video, that you share the information that's going on. We're starting something new here in Tulsa, and we're bringing the world together right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right?
Let them know to subscribe and like the YouTube channel.
Oh, yes.
We're doing a lot of premiere posting today.
Make sure that you go onto YouTube and like and subscribe. Also comment, guys. It helps our videos to get out a little bit more. If you comment on there, that's a part of the algorithm. It helps us to get out the word a little bit more. So make sure you like, subscribe, and share the YouTube video. That's Black Economic Expo on YouTube. So help us to get to that next level, man. It's not only Black business, but Black sharing also counts too, man. So your share is worth thousands of dollars because you have millions of dollars because you have such a vast network. So make sure you utilize your network and share all about the Black Economic Expo so that we can continue to thrive. We're still waiting on Joyce, but in the meantime, we're going to hang tight. We're going to have Joyce here in just moments, all right?
So I'm just saying, I got my picture. I told you that about 2 years ago. You ain't listening. No, how long have we been working together? Very honest.
Jackie, is Joyce, is she tapping in?
Yeah, she should. She there yet?
No, not yet.
She better come on.
Oh, hey guys, we're not. Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Good, good. So,
Good.
so we're gonna talk to Joyce for a quick minute, and
Okay.
we're gonna bring you on after we talk to Joyce. Okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
It's always good to see you.
Good to see you also.
Yes. All right. So we have Joyce is here. Finally, we get to talk to Joyce. And if you can mute your mic for me. Yeah, there we go. All right, perfect. Okay, all right, Joyce, if you can unmute your mic, please.
All righty.
Finally, we have Joyce. Make some noise for Joyce, everybody. She's been waiting in line since yesterday at like 5 a.m. So.
Yeah, all of a sudden my internet started messing up, and I'm like, oh,
Lord, man. So I'm so glad that we get to talk with you. You've been a part of the Black Economic Expo since day one, like day zero,
yeah.
honestly, like really. Mm-hmm. And so, you've seen it grow. You've seen it grow from being, at the Expo Square to now virtually. Now we're all over the world, all over the nation, and yes. Making an impact. So how is it for you with the Black Economic Expo, and how proud are you of your sister are you?
Oh, I'm very proud because, North Tulsa needs more events and more groups like this. Mm-hmm. And for North Tulsa to grow, we got to work together. And if we don't work together, North Tulsa would never be where it needs to be.
Yes. This organization, this organism is definitely changing the way that people look and view entrepreneurship, and it is right on time. I really do think it's right on time. So Joyce, you are an entrepreneur yourself. You don't just sit around and watch TV and Netflix and all of that. No, you get busy yourself. Tell us a little bit about how you get busy. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I wrote a children's book right in 2012. Mm-hmm. And I wrote it out of probably anger of not having a active father. So not knowing our families, and whether you black, white, or whatever, we all go through it. Yeah. So it just needs to be more positive about fathers being active or not active. So I wrote this book, children's book called Daddy's Love through a girl's eye, and it's for elementary, middle school, whichever one ages that needs some encouragement for girls, middle school, high school, whichever one. We still it still affects us when we are grown as well. So rather you had a father not active in your life young, it still affects you when you become an adult.
So why a children's book and not an adult's book?
Well, that's where it started. Is through being a kid.
Yeah.
Not saying it's gonna affect you your whole life, but it's up to you to make that change. Yeah. And not affect you in your adult years.
So the thing where a lot of people struggle with, they don't go back to their childhood. They don't really go back and deal with those issues of their childhood and really stop and think about, like, was I traumatized as a child? And what areas as a child did I struggle with? And that's a great thing that you've done. You've gone back into your own childhood and dealt with your issues. And I know that's a struggle for a lot of people, and you really having to deal with a lot of that pain, the pain points of going back through those emotions again, of dealing with the fact that there wasn't an active father in your life. But how was it painful for you to go back through and kind of think about those things?
Yeah, it was, but it had to be done for you to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So what revelation, what things have you seen, what deliverance have you seen in your life, and what freedoms going through that process have you had?
Just being positive all the time, not, allowing it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have some items right behind you, and I love your virtual booth. I love this concept. That's so dope.
Yeah.
So what's at your booth?
Well, I have my rhinestone T-shirt, which I have on as well. It's a picture of my book, so I put it on bags. I can put it on T-shirts. I can put them on aprons, whichever one. I have my mug here as well, has my logo on it as well. And then I have a magic mug where when I drink like hot tea or something, my logo and my book design appears on here as well.
Everything got a logo on it. I love that, man. You can logo pretty much anything.
It's branding.
Yeah.
You got a brand.
Yeah. And so I have, with your book, like, have you reached young girls or boys that didn't have an active father?
I've even boys have even bought this book and enjoyed it as well, because it's just not speaking only to the girls, it's speaking to boys too, because they have, not active fathers. Not saying we didn't have a father, but he just was not active.
Yeah. Right. So
active
what's the next step for you? Like, what's now that you have the book and talking about fathers who weren't active, but what's the next step for you?
Well, my next step is hoping to start a dialogue, speaking to fathers, speaking to girls that don't have fathers. And we need to have a dialogue. So that's my next plan. Maybe within a month, start doing some lives with interviewing some fathers that has daughters, interviewing daughters that don't know their fathers, and go from there, because we have to change the momentum from negative to positive.
So would you say that's the legacy part for you, is to, really have that dialogue with people and help them to get healing?
Yes.
So explain a little bit more, go into more detail of that strategy. Like, why are you taking that strategy?
Well, looking nationwide, a lot of fathers, are not active. So, I used to work at John Burroughs Elementary School for 9 years. And you can walk up and down them hallways, maybe see 5, maybe 10 fathers, or maybe they can be uncles or grandfathers. And that's it. Parent-teacher conferences, you don't see them. Big events, you don't see them. You'll see them at some sports events, though, but you won't see them in the important, like a Student of the Month awards, ceremonies for kids. So I want to, change that momentum, because, the good fathers don't even get the pat on the back that they are doing.
Yeah.
They all put in one box.
Yeah. That's so true. So you're highlighting fathers and relationships. And I think relationships is very important right now, especially during the pandemic. We really depend on our community more than ever now. And a lot of kids that are at home are dealing with so much isolation at the moment. They stay in their rooms all day, maybe go outside maybe an hour, and that's about it for these kids, But now it's kind of changed with COVID happening. Parents have to stay home, and now they are their kids' teachers, right?
Yeah.
So how are you looking at making this a curriculum of any sorts, or in a way to, open the dialogue? Like, most people just don't know how to start. So what are you doing to help with the starting point?
Well, first I want to go reach out to fathers that has daughters, and let them know I want to interview them, and just go live, whether it's good or bad. It needs to be focused. Yeah. And go for it. Start a dialogue, and then maybe when all this pandemic is over with, have a huge dialogue where invite fathers that's professional fields to all places, and have a dialogue, because it needs to be done. It's way overdue.
So there was one thing I want to share my story a little bit. Like I had to even go back one day and just randomly, I felt I was so angry at like my dad. And so there was one day that I just had to go to him and just tell him like, hey, I forgive you. And he was like, what? I was like, I forgive you. And then I told him the situation and why I forgave him. And I had to go through and walk through like healing for myself. You know, my dad was active in our lives, but then he had anger issues in some sorts, you know, and he's overcome his anger issues. But, you know, I had to go back and I was stuck because I was still in my mind. I was still in my childhood, you know what I mean? And I didn't move forward. And so I had to find a way to be open, you know, with my dad or my parent, you know what I mean? And most kids don't think that they can be open with their parent. We get that. It's not the same as grandmama and them. I'll go lay down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like now we have conversation. Now you have conversation with your child and you walk with them through that. You don't just whoop them and then go tell them to go lay down. You know, it's walking through life with them. So walking through life, how important is it that we walk through life with these kids?
You got to, because they're going to become adults one day. And if they don't, you know, deal with it, we're going to have some trauma going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So one thing that we ask everybody, because, you know, I believe in y'all, man, and what you do and just y'all's consistency and work. But one thing that we're asking is somebody for you to share words of encouragement, love, or whatever it is in that area of not having an active father. What would that be, Joyce?
Reach out to him, you know, just reach out to him and see if he'll reach back. Just be forward, don't look back. Yeah,
I love that. Good job, Joyce. Good word. All right, and how can people buy the book? How can they buy the mask? How can they buy just everything that you're selling?
They can go to my website, joycewilliamsbooks.com. You can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We coming up with our new business as well called 1360 business, which is with me and my youngest daughter. And so we selling
what's that business? What is
it's called 1360.com. We're selling masks and t-shirts and things of that nature. So that's my second business that we just started last week.
Love it. Y'all are serial entrepreneurs. I love
Got to be. One day working full time for myself. That's my goal.
Yes. And where can they find you on social media?
Joyce Williams Books on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
I love it, man. Make sure y'all buy 10 books, buy 10 masks, whatever it is you do, buy 10 of everything, all right?
Right.
For sure. All right. Well, Joyce, thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm so appreciative. And you are so patient too. Like, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I'm trying to be. It's my first one, so I want to continue it.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. All right, so we have another guest that is here with us today. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Let everybody know who you are, what you have going on in your world.
Hello, my name is Lily Williams. I'm the owner and director of Caring Hearts Professional Counseling Services. We are an outpatient mental health clinic. So we help people with all kinds of mental health concerns.
So how do you approach people with mental health concerns? Like, what's that like?
Whenever I'm so glad you asked that question. I love talking about mental health, but no, I'm glad you asked that question because a lot of times people see mental health as, oh, it's something wrong with me, or they isolate themselves. There's a stigma or horrible stigma attached to mental health. And I tell people, it's just like if you would have had diabetes, seizure disorder, high blood pressure. It's a condition, and we have to manage those conditions and treat those conditions. No different than anything else.
And what does that look like on a daily basis for people, though, managing and all of that? What does it seem like?
It is tough because a lot of times people feel isolated, and especially in our community, back when I was growing up, people would say, oh, that's just so-and-so, he's special, or, we didn't really put we didn't know, we didn't have the information to put names to things. And so people didn't get the appropriate treatment. And because of that, I think we're still catching up to that. We're still catching up to, this is a very real thing. And there are ways to help people. So on a daily, especially with the pandemic, we're seeing people that have previous mental health diagnosis even more stressed out than they have been. People who never had a mental health diagnosis being diagnosed with different things. And so it's difficult, but it's very much possible with the right supports and stuff. Family and friends support, social supports, professional help if people need it.
And it's one thing for me, I grew up in a community and I feel more comfortable around people who do have mental issues. Like I'm not afraid of them. You know, I know how to treat them in some cases, but for the people that do struggle with, you know, being around people with mental health issues, like how are we supposed to be in tandem or socialize with people who may have mental issues? Like what can we do to support people in that area?
The same thing as what you said, you know, treating people the same as we would treat anyone else. Sometimes mental health illness is tricky. Sometimes you can see it more, like if people have schizophrenia or if they have some sort of psychotic disorder, you can see it more, so it's more evidence. And then sometimes if people have bipolar or depression or anxiety, you can't really see, you know, you can't physically see those different ailments, but definitely treating everyone the same, because it can happen to anybody at any time. And so just, I think as mental health professionals, we have an obligation to kind of to educate people more so that people don't think, oh, this person is schizophrenic, they're going to hit me, or they're violent, or that's such a false narrative, because people with mental illness are less likely to commit crimes than statistically than, you know, people without mental illness. But it's kind of what we see in the media and what we, you know, those type of things. But
and so even with children, is it challenging to help kids that have mental issues, or would you say it's a little easier because they haven't really experienced life and they're more open?
It's harder, only because of the parents.
Wow, really? Explain.
It is because as a mental health professional, you can work with the child all day long. You can teach them coping skills. You can teach them different mechanisms on how to deal with things. But they're with you 1 hour a week, maybe 2, and they go home. And so if the dysfunction is in the home, or even if the parents are not following through, if they're not being consistent, then you're starting over every time they come. You know, and so especially with smaller children. Now with adolescents and teenagers, it's a whole lot easier. We've seen an increase in teenagers because they're at home, you know, they're having to socially isolate and stuff, and they're having a hard time dealing with that. Teenagers are much easier to work with, but elementary school age kids, it's harder. It's a lot harder.
Wow. Yeah. And so you're actually located in North Tulsa, correct?
We have 2 locations now. We're in North Tulsa on the 46th Street in the Gibbs Shopping Center, and we are also on 91st and Sheridan in South Tulsa.
Fancy. Okay, she about her coins too.
We just opened that office in mid-June.
Wow! Even during the pandemic, y'all had opened another office. So how is it? What's the contrast from South Tulsa to North Tulsa? Is there a contrast or a difference for you?
Not particular. In our South Tulsa office, we see more adults. More adults and couples. We see lots of couples wanting, especially now, because they're having to be together more than what they're used to. So that can prove to be pretty difficult for people. So we're seeing more adults and couples. And primarily in our North office, we have more kids. We do have some adults, but we have more kids than adults.
Would you say that the coronavirus increased services for you, like where people come in and see you more often?
Absolutely. Because if people have already had a pre-existing mental health concern, it just got exasperated with the coronavirus and all the anxiety. And then for people with depression, it's hard for them to isolate, because isolating is usually a symptom of depression. And so they try to stay away from that. Now that we have quarantining, and it's just been very difficult.
So I want to ask you, and this is an adult topic in a way, and some may feel uncomfortable talking about this on a Sunday, but there are, you know, different avenues now, alternative avenues for people, like even marijuana, THC, CBD, all those other areas, and that is, we would say, just a little bit more safer than some medicines that are out there today. Because for me, I feel like even being a veteran, going to see the doctor or the mental health specialist, they want to prescribe you medicine. You know what I'm saying? And taking you down that lane. How do you personally feel as a mental health therapist about that lane, THC, CBDs, and other alternatives, not only just THC?
I believe in whatever works for people, because what may work for one person may not work for another one. I am in no way against Western medication, but I'm also not a very strong advocate for
right
it.
Now. Like,
yeah, like this is what you have to have, because there's a lot of side effects that come with those different medications. So with your more natural options, THC, cannabis oil, those type things, you don't have to worry about the side effects. On the flip side of that, you may have a person who has schizophrenia or bipolar, and marijuana makes them respond in a negative way. So it's kind of figuring out what works best for each person. But I am not against any form of treatment, whether that be natural. A lot of people use natural herbs. You'd be surprised at the differences and the improvements in mental health that come with what we eat. And the different.
The diet is
yes.
a big thing. So talk a little bit more about the diet. How important is that?
Extremely, because we what we consume, it becomes who we are. So if you're unhealthy physically, it's going to be impossible for your mental health to be healthy, because it all works together. It's all inclusive. And so if we don't feel well, then our brain ain't gonna work well.
We don't know what they put in McDonald's burgers. It could be something that they just like weird, and just may not coincide with your DNA, with your body. So it's just like you gotta know what you put in your body is giving you life. And I'm becoming more of a salad person, and trying to become more of a vegan-ish type.
Right. So plant-based is definitely healthy. Healthy.
It is, man. You can eat as much as you want of it.
I'm not quite there yet, but I'm gonna get there.
Right. I'm trying. I'm working too. The Lord is working on me right now.
It's progress, not perfection.
There you go. And so now, within our community, the Black community, we are having more conversation. It was a taboo subject 10 years ago. Like, we didn't talk about mental health, but now it's becoming more popular and more of a thing that we're getting into. But not only just therapy, like sitting down talking to somebody, but what are other therapies that are there and available for us?
Absolutely. Yoga helps a lot with people, like those type exercise. People don't think that exercise is a form of therapy, but it is, because it helps you to reduce those toxins and eliminate that. So yoga is a very good one. Oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank now. Exercising.
Drawing.
Yes, absolutely. There's art therapy, where people and you'd be amazed, especially with adults, because sometimes people don't feel comfortable. Back when I was 2, this is what happened to me. And so they put it in pictures, and that helps a lot. Some music therapy is a big thing. You'd be surprised at what people can produce from different places in their life, from hurting places or even happy places. What we can produce, and
we can sing along while we talk about you and your baby mama and stuff.
There you go.
I love it, man. All right, so how can we find you? How can we attach to what you have going on?
We are easy to be found. We are on our website. It's www.karenkartzpcs.org. We are on Facebook, and we're working on our Instagram. We ain't quite there yet, but we're working on our Instagram. And our phone number, 918-878-7937.
Yes, absolutely. So one thing that I continue to say to every single person, I do believe in you. And one thing that I know is that you have something in your heart that you can share with people that can change the trajectory of their day. What would that be? What would you share with people today?
That where you are right now is not where you're always going to be. Life changes, and we have the power to make that change. We don't need anything outside of ourselves. We have power within us to make our lives better.
Ooh, you said a whole word today, girl. All right. So once again, let's give her a hand, everybody. Thank you so much
for joining.
joining us on the Black Economic Expo, and you're seen nationwide, worldwide, and people are gonna just be blowing up your phone now. So
awesome.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. And to all of our viewers, check us out on the Black Economic Expo on YouTube and also on Facebook. Make sure you subscribe, share, and make sure that you share with everybody. All right. We got a little bit more time. All right. Matter of fact, so let's talk just a little bit more about mental health, because like you're my therapist right now, honestly. So
Okay,
I'm just kind of utilizing my free time right now, my consultation time. All right.
Absolutely.
So you have a son now, right? A little boy?
I do. Okay. He's going to be 2 in September.
Now,
Pray for me.
Oh, Lord. 2's boy. So how do you help your son, being 1 year old at the moment currently, how do you help him with his mental health?
I said, pray for me. No, but he is, my son has a very boisterous personality. He is a most confident kid. But a lot of times, so rearing him is difficult because he is a little bit stubborn. But so what I do with him is I always do check-ins with him. So every morning is, hey, Austin, how you feeling? Did you sleep good? I ask him this whole series of questions to kind of determine how the day is going to go.
Yeah. You sleepy? Okay, well, let's take a nap. Let's go ahead.
Right. And so I'm constantly, and because I'm a therapist, I may do it too much, but I'm constantly checking in. How you feeling? You feel happy? And so he knows as much as what an almost 2-year-old will know how to do some feeling identification, or he'll say, I'm mad, or I'm sad, or I'm happy, or something. And so
I have a question. Being a parent, help us in a way to assist to help our youth. So what's the best approach every single day to as a Black father, Black mother? What should we be asking our kids on a daily basis? The conversations.
Definitely checking in, for older children, even for younger kids, how do you feel? Are you happy today? Are you sad today? What's going on? Check-ins are so important, especially with elementary school age kids, teaching them that it's okay to express how you're feeling. If you're crying, instead of saying, because I know when I was growing up, it was be quiet, stop crying, don't do what you're crying for, but understanding, because if we hush their emotions now, that's what we're teaching them to do as they grow up. And then we want them to express themselves when they're 15, 16. But when they were 1 or 2, we said, be quiet, hush, don't do that,
Right. You whoop me and then I cry and then you tell me stop crying. Like, I just got a whooping. How can
I'm sad. I'm
confused. My mind is... I just fresh off of a whooping, you gonna tell me to stop crying, man.
Exactly. That's not how it works.
I'm confused. So I mean, and that's a lot of retraining within our community. That we just went off of what we saw and tried to duplicate it, but that maybe not have been the healthy way,
Right, absolutely.
Where do you go to get your tips and information?
I read a lot. And I think in our community, a lot of times we go to grandma or auntie or uncle, and that's not always the best way to go. Because things, people are the same, but there are just better ways. As we grow and evolve, there are better ways to deal with things, opposed to maybe how we were dealt with. Not that all their information is wrong, but we have to learn a new way of communicating with our kids and giving them options and allowing them to feel their feelings. Opposed to, you don't have a reason to be sad, I'm gonna give you something to cry for. We have to change that narrative. And
that country wisdom is good. We got that old country wisdom, but I mean, it does, like you said, it only goes so far.
Right. Yeah. And I think if we build that relationship with our children when they're small, when they're older, they'll talk to us and feel comfortable talking to us about things that affect them and things that are bothering them. For sure.
And even I know that you're married, you have a husband and a great guy, man, and so even in your relationship with your husband now, being a therapist, do you practice a lot on your husband? Like, do you use new stuff?
No.
I wonder.
Only because when I try to keep that as separate as possible. I try really hard to keep that as separate as possible. And every now and again, he'll ask me, he'll be like, "Now, is this some of that therapy stuff?"
Yeah. Did you do the dishes? Now let's talk about why you didn't do the dishes.
Like, well, what made you not want to do that?
Yeah, you know, like, so you don't use your tricks in the bag on your husband. Okay.
Nah. Now with my son, I do. With my
okay, good. You are an amazing wife. Because you have a whole arsenal that you can use, but you're just like, no, I don't want to use it.
No, it costs.
You don't want to send your husband an invoice.
Yeah.
So, and even dealing with family, like, you know, we have dysfunction in our family. I think everybody has dysfunction in our family of some sort. But when it's time to go to family reunions and you see dysfunction in your family, do you try to approach those situations? Are you, what do you think?
No.
Yeah.
I do not. And only for a lot of reasons, but mainly for ethical reasons. So I don't, I do, if there's a major concern, like where it's like, okay, I think this person is teetering on the side of like, you know, maybe suicide or psychosis or something like that, I'll definitely help navigate that process. But if it's something that they can go work out with somebody else, I'll typically just refer. A lot of times I don't mention it unless it's something, a safety concern.
Yeah.
It's just,
So you mastered the art of minding your business, minding your own business.
Yes. Because a lot of times people aren't ready. You know, they know what's out there. They know the options available to them, but they just may not be ready to seek help. And that's okay too, you know?
Yeah. And those that aren't ready to seek help, like, what do you do in those cases? I mean, you say hi and bye, give them a hug, but what do you do to help them? If you see somebody struggling, that's the hardest thing in the world for some people, is to see them struggle and just to let them live. You know?
It absolutely is. And a lot of times just approaching people and letting them know, hey, help is available when you're ready. Because the worst thing, and we see it with the judicial system all the time, the court system all the time, they force people to go to counseling, or they force people to go to anger management classes, and they get there and they're just mad and angry because they're being forced, and they don't participate, and it doesn't work well. The outcome is just not good. So forcing people to do something rarely ever turns out good. So it's just, you know, these things are available to you when you're ready.
Yeah. And so it's best for us as family members just to collect the resources that are available to the family member.
Right.
And that way, once they're ready, then you can say, hey, you need to go here to get the help here.
Yes.
So is that, you would say that's the best approach for us, just as regular people?
Absolutely. Just having the resources, not pushing anything on anyone. Of course, like I said, unless there's a safety issue, then you want to definitely get them help. But for regular everyday stuff, just leaving the information, collecting the resources, and letting them know when you're ready, I can even help you, you know, when you get to that place.
The challenge for us at the same time is to understand and know how to help a person. So if someone is about to commit suicide, what are the steps that we need to take? Or talking about suicide, what should the average person do?
There are crisis numbers in crisis lines in every state and in mostly every city. For Tulsa County, it's COPES, and definitely contacting COPES, getting the help that you need, because COPES, I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they are a crisis stabilization crew, so to speak, and they work alone. They work with the police to get people the help that they need. And family is really important in this, because if someone's suicidal, sometimes they will call for help, but it's the people around them that are typically the ones that reach out and get the help.
Yeah.
So for Tulsa, it's definitely COPES, but in other states and cities, you can call 211 and they'll give you the information, like what's the number to call, who can help.
Yes.
Of course, the police, but you have to be careful in their situation. I would definitely suggest contacting a crisis unit prior to calling the police, because unfortunately, not in all cases, but in some cases, our police departments and things aren't equipped to handle mental health issues. So contacting the experts on that area is the best way to go.
So one of the things that I had to do during COVID, so I was avid about watching the news during COVID and just trying to stay in the know. But after a while, it gets confusing. It gets like, you feel so overwhelmed with everything that's going on within the news, and you take on that pressure, and it's like you feel like you just can't do anything. So tell me, how how do we approach COVID just, mentally within our community, even as an individual? What's the best way to handle this whole COVID situation?
Right. Definitely taking a break from it. Like, shutting off the TV, shutting off sometimes social media. You have to just kind of take a time out from that, because rarely ever in the news do they tell you how many people have recovered or how many people are getting better. And so we just hear this doom and gloom story, and it takes a toll on us, and it makes us afraid. And and then if you know someone who has passed away from it, then it makes you even more afraid. So just tuning out sometimes. Of course, continuing to do the things that we need to do, wearing our masks, washing our hands, social distancing, but just kind of taking a break from the media of it all.
Yeah, that is a big thing that we need to make sure that we continue to do, is just to, be mindful. And so do you have any recommendations of any apps as far as some meditation or some
Yes, I have some on my phone.
Okay, well, let me get my pen and paper ready here. What meditation apps do you recommend?
Moshi, it's Moshi.
Okay, Moshi.
That's the one that I use. It's a good one for sleep and relaxation and all that. So just kind of,
visualization, like towards your goals and the things that you want. Like, how do you visualize?
I do, and one of the things I do with a lot of my patients are, Calm is another good app. Calm is another good app to use. But I do Calm, CALM. I do a lot of things that I do is we do vision boards with my clients. So when they come, it's like, where are you? Where do you see yourself? Let's make a path to get there. Visualization is 100% important and effective.
Yeah. I love it, man. I love everything that you're doing. Moshi is an app. Once again, make sure you guys go on Moshi and also get the app Calm as well. But most of all, you need to have a person that you can talk to and confide in. And I believe that this organization is like grade A, man.
Thank you.
Where they are and the work that they've done on a consistent basis is just amazing. So
thank you.
How can they find you? How can they get in touch with you?
So they can search us on the web at www.caringheartspcs.org. You can find us on Facebook or call us at 918-878-7937.
And is it a long process to come and see you, like a long application process? What is the process?
Nope. When people call, we have about 5 or 6 questions that we ask over the phone. And we are, I've just hired some more people. So we are able to see people within that week. So if you call on a Monday, you're going to get in that week.
Oh, see, that's wonderful. So you don't have to wait to help. No.
Yeah. And we are offering telehealth sessions. We still have some therapists that are seeing people face to face. We're just meeting people where they are and helping people get through their crisis.
Do you take private pay? What's the payment?
Yes. So we take Medicaid for adults and children. We take private pay, and we also accept most private insurances.
Okay. I love that. I love it.
And we provide a sliding scale for those who can't afford to pay the full cost of therapy. We do a sliding scale as well.
What? You do? See, people need that. And now I'm going to refer everybody to you. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that say, I need help, but then you don't really know and how important it is to have someone of your culture. Like,
absolutely
that understands where you from, your language,
yep,
how to help you. So how important is it to have somebody that is from the culture to know?
It's 100% effective. You would be surprised. I've even had people who are not African American, or who are not, people of color, who may have children that are, and they're like, my child needs to see a Black therapist. My son needs, and so people realize that it's important to talk with someone that looks like you and that you feel like can relate to you.
Yeah. That's good. I think our family's gonna sign up. I think I just had a commercial. I just found out where we need to go now.
Awesome.
Yes. So I love it. All right. So again, to all of our viewers, thank you for watching the Black Economic Expo. We're here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we are reaching the globe, man. So we've talked to people from Indianapolis to Houston to Florida to right here in Tulsa. So make sure you go on our Facebook page and share one, but also go onto our YouTube page and subscribe, like, and share, and even comment, because that helps out our algorithms as well to get us out there. All right. Once again, share your name, your business, and what you do, and we're gonna share it like that. Yeah.
Awesome. Lily Williams. I'm an outpatient mental health therapist. The name of our business is Caring Hearts Professional Counseling Services. www.caringheartspcs.org.
You got it down pat, girl. You are good at what you do. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm so appreciative of your time and your effort, and you just real with us, keeping it 100.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, so we're gonna catch back up here in just a minute. We're gonna take a quick break. We have more friends who will be joining us here today. Don't forget, we have the makeup tutorial that is gonna happen today, and also Salty a little bit later on at 5 o'clock. So you make sure that you come back, and just matter of fact, just leave it on your phone the whole day. Don't even turn it off. Like, go charge up your phone and leave it on the whole day. And we have Washington Williams. I'm sorry. Rashida Williams. I'm just making names up just as I want to. So she's on the way, coming up next. And so keep it locked right here. We're gonna take a quick break. Rashida Williams will be joining us here in just Rashida, what's happening? She popped around. She's like, what? All right, Rashida, we're about to go on. If you want to unmute your mic for me. All right, so we are back. It is the Black Economic Expo 2020. We are here with the phenomenal Miss Rashida Williams. Make some noise for Rashida, everybody. What's up, Rashida? How you feeling?
I'm good. Sorry. There's an echo. Hold on.
You good. You good. All right, we're going to turn it down just a bit. All right. So, Rashida.
They got two sources on.
What you got going on, Rashida? I think if you guys can turn off the other computer or turn it down, mute the other computer.
Now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, it's fine.
Bright morning to you. So welcome today, Rashida. I know that you're doing phenomenal work. You're in Colorado as well, right?
Yes, I'm visiting in Denver for right now.
All right, and where are you from?
Well, I'm from Denver. I was just living in Louisiana because of the virus. I came back here.
Ah, smart moves. Just go into nature, into them hills somewhere. Stay isolated. I love it. So, Rashida, tell us a little bit about your business, what you do, and your goals.
So a couple months ago, I wanted to start an app. Basically, it was just, I don't know what it was about, but I was just like, I just want to do something different, just because I couldn't do what I was doing before with all my art. And so I got into fashion and clothing. And so I started off with graphic t-shirts back in June 4th, I think was the first day that I had sold shirts. And so now I'm sort of transitioning to doing other apparel, and I'm sewing it myself.
Wow, amazing. So have you sewn since you were a kid? Like done that?
No.
What? So you just hopped on it?
Yeah, I just picked it up.
Wow. So you have a true talent. Like it's just the ingrained talent of yours, just to be artistic in that form, right?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. So what else? What's your other artistic creativity works that you've done?
Well, me and my mom are gonna start having handmade purses that are painted that I painted.
Wow.
And just all of the designs, except this one, all of the designs that are on my website, I made them on my program myself. So everything from my site is like one of a kind.
What type of paint do you use on those purses?
Leather paint.
Leather paint? Oh, there's such a thing as leather paint. Really?
I know, right? Yeah.
I know some women can be hard on purses and that paint come off, and you got to make sure that it's the right type of paint that's on there.
Right. Because if you mess up on this, it's sort of hard to correct it.
Yeah, for sure.
But this was my first purse that I ever painted, so I think I did a little bit good.
Wow. Why did you choose those colors?
I sort of just had a dream about it, I guess you could say, and I just went with it.
I love it. What else do you plan on painting? Like what other ideas?
I'm open to painting almost anything. I'm a self-taught artist, and so most of my work I do digitally, and I just try to pick up whatever I can.
So I see the tattoos on your hands as well. Like, are you a tattoo artist?
When I was living in Louisiana, I did tattoos for about a year. So all the ones that I have, I did on myself, and then I practiced on about 100, 150 people I've done tattoos on so far, but I had to stop because of the virus. So.
Oh yeah, did it like drawn on yourself? Like I did it with a pen, but you did a whole tattoo on yourself. Like, did that hurt?
I got numb to it after a while, so I was just like, I want to try this today, so I did it.
Dang, man, yeah. See, that's the great thing about your life and your parents. They just let you just be creative. So that's amazing.
I don't think they like it. I don't think they like it at all.
All right. So what's legacy for you? What are you trying to pass on to, the next generation, and what are you doing?
And for right now, my short-term goals are to build up my own brand so that I can do bigger stuff. But my end goal in life is to go into small Black communities, just like Tulsa, to go back and really build it up. I want to create businesses for the communities there. So let's say your neighbor, like she makes soaps or something, but you know, she doesn't have the money to get it off the ground. So I really want to go into small businesses like that because there's a lot of talent that gets unseen. So I want to be able to do that and build up apartment buildings that are not totally expensive, especially when minimum wage is so low. So that's my goal, to just help create generational wealth for everyone in small communities.
Yes, building up that generational wealth for people within the community. I love that, man. So you're a true artist at heart, to where you want to go into places and make it just more beautiful, making things look great.
Tulsa was, you know, that's where I'm from. So I really want to be able to be one of the people to change it around.
Yeah, we got some of your work here.
Oh,
yeah. Talk about this right here.
That is okay. So her name is Ajani or something like that. She's a model, and when I did that picture, we sort of became friends, and so we're like sometimes DM each other all the time. And she's really, really pretty, and she's really, you know, not how you think models would be. She's really down to earth and smart, and so when I did that, that sort of kickstarted a lot of things.
I love it. Talk about this picture right here.
Oh, that's a commission piece. Someone came to me and wanted their parents painted, and so I just did that for them.
Dang. So you paint, dang. Now I really, this one looks like a real picture. Is this a picture or is this a painting?
No, that one's a painting. It was, so many people tried to say that it wasn't, but so ever since that picture, I always post time-lapse videos of the paintings that I've done, just to make sure that no one can really try it next time.
Yeah, so you got some real talent. You know, you understand your shades, you understand colors and things like that. Talk about this picture.
Oh, that's one of the members of the Walls group. I've been in contact with about 3 out of 4 members of them and sort of become friends with them. So after I did that one, he like made it his profile picture and really loved it.
Ah, wow, man, that is amazing. And this one right here, talk about your work on this.
That's a book cover. I also can do illustrations for children's books for small authors. And I've done that a couple times. I've done about 3 covers so far, I believe. I would like to do more, but.
Dang, girl, you're talented. Do you plan on going to school, or you just plan on doing more work within the community and learning that way?
Well, most of the artists that I've talked to who have gone to school and who haven't, they're just sort of like, you don't need to go. Not that it's not a big deal or that art degrees aren't important. It's just when you have a natural born talent, you know, school in America is really expensive for no reason. So I'm okay with finding a mentor and keeping it like that.
Yeah, that's a smart way to do it. You really take the fast track class when you take the time with the mentor.
Yeah.
And you can make money at the same time. You don't have to wait 2 semesters to start making money. So yeah, that's a good
my favorite painting I've ever done would be, let's see if you can see it. I'm not sure if you can see it, but
Oh, it looks like Brand J. Amazing.
Yeah, I think I've been doing art for about 2-3 years now.
Dang, that's it?
Just a couple years now.
So anything you put your hands to, I mean, you really catch on real fast, pretty much, huh?
Yes, I really think there's magic in my right hand. Like there's something in this hand.
Yeah. That's so true. It's there. And then we got another one of Cameron.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite ones too.
Why?
Just because of who it is. It's just an iconic photo, I think.
Yeah, pink fur with the pink phone, flip phone too.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a flip phone in like the whole long time.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen one, honestly.
Yeah. Cricket phone. I had a cricket at one time. And now you got this one right here. Now, Barack, you got an afro on this one. You gave him a lot of hair on this one.
That was an old picture.
Yeah, he got a whole fro, and the edge up is nice though. Like, have you ever thought about being a barber by any chance?
I feel like I could do it.
Yeah,
I should try it.
Yeah, I mean, anything with your hands, I'm sure that you can do. You see your auntie's hand in and out of this video? She's so proud of her. I'll tell you that.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I said, you see your auntie's hand? She is so proud of her niece. We going through your whole catalog.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, you are a phenomenal talent in what you do. So have you ever thought about taking it on a bigger scale, putting your work in museums?
No.
No?
I don't know why. I mean, I do it just because I love doing it. Like, most of the times when I do like illustrations or book covers, I say, what's your budget? And then we'll stick with that. Like, I don't do it for the money or the recognition, if that makes sense. So if it gets in there, that would be cool.
And they hand you a check, then you ain't gonna be like, nah, you gonna take it, right?
I'll take it. I will take it.
What's your plans in coming back to Tulsa and doing some work here? Like, I know, post-COVID.
Post-COVID, I really want to come back when I've made a name for myself. Like, I don't want to come back empty-handed, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like, I want to be able to do something.
Mm-hmm. Have built a rapport and have a network, and then you can come in Tulsa, and then you can really do some work,
right. Because it's not going to help anyone if I come back just how it is right now. So
right. Absolutely. So how can people follow you on social media, the platform, and things like that?
My Instagram is The Raw Designs. The is with 2 E's because somebody else had that username. But my website is also therawdesigns.com, and I have a Twitter that is The Raw Designs.
Ooh, I love it. Man, you are a phenomenal talent. Like, I'm blown away that you've only done this for 2 years, and I cannot believe it, man. And like, anything that you are picking up, you're just acing at life, and that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Currently, are you looking at with the climate of what's going on within the world today? Like, are you looking at doing anything with Black Lives Matter or like more pieces that speak to today's issues, or are you more at peace, just creating from your heart? Like, what is it for you?
I really want to help out with Black Lives Matter issues. I used to talk about it a ton when I was in high school, especially, and I was in groups that talked about it because I went to a predominantly white high school. So we went, for example, we went to a conference called SDLC, Student Diversity Leadership Conference for kids of color who go to private schools. And let's see, John Lewis spoke there, Brittany Packnett, and a bunch of other amazing people. So I definitely want to keep being involved, but I feel like I just want to be in the background right now until I get it all together.
Yeah, absolutely. I am so proud of you, man. And I know your mom is, and your auntie show is proud of you. I tell you that, boy. We are all so proud of you and the work that you're continuing to do, man. But keep trying new things. Like keep on keeping on, and get into the business side of things and understanding that, because I really see you as really making an impact in the world altogether, just with your hands and your art, man. And your art form is amazing. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. One more time, tell us how we can follow up with you on social media and how we can purchase your paintings, for sure.
Well, if you sign up for a newsletter or buy anything, there's also notes that you can put on the side to say, I want the drawing, but I also have prints on my website as well. So at The Raw Designs on every social media platform.
I love it. I love
and
it. Man.
There's this shirt. Well, this shirt was an old one, but I can put it back on there if someone, wants it. It just says "I Matter."
Oh,
and
wow.
I just have an Angela Davis t-shirt as well. And then the most of the shirts on my site right now are old school because I did a vintage collection. And so, yeah.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. You are activist and so many. When you said Angela t-shirt, like, girl, you are on a whole nother level. I love it.
Thank you.
All right. So again, man, thank you for joining us. And one thing that we want to do is, we got one live right here. We got an Angela Davis shirt right
here.
Which one is that one?
The Angela Davis shirt.
I heard you made so much money in one night. Tell us about the money that you made. And I'm gonna give you my cash app too. Now, but go ahead and tell us how much money you made though.
I have to put a number.
Not a number, but you can just be like,
well,
very well.
Tell them.
It just had went viral on Twitter is what had happened.
Hit over 75 hours.
She said, "Mama, let me tell the story." Okay, go ahead. I got Jackie doing the same thing over here, so like I understand.
Yeah, somebody the picture was going viral, and somebody was like, "Put it on a shirt," and then I commented on it, and they were like, "Well, I'm a Black business who makes graphic tee, so I can put it on a shirt," and so that's what happened.
This shirt went viral?
Yes.
Wow. What is this? Like, where was she?
She was speaking in front of a bulletproof glass. At some, I think it was Texas, maybe. It was at some rally and something. I think this was right after Martin Luther King had died. And she spoke in front of a bulletproof glass. And I just felt like that was just so bad. Like, I love that.
Dang, that's good, man. Your perspective on life and activism is really good. And I know that, the art that you create, people really understand your vibe and they love your vibe and what you draw. So, I mean, t-shirts, you do purses, you do a little bit of everything, tennis shoes, hands.
Yes, I'm doing a lot more apparel and I'm going to drop something this month. So
clothing, do you have a clothing line or is it just?
Yes, I'm starting it up. I have only one set of clothing on there right now, but I'm hoping to add at least 2 or 3 more by the end of the month.
Please tell me you're doing men's clothing, please.
It's sort of unisex because the first clothing that I put on there, it was sort of like really girly, but that's not me. So I'm changing it up a bit. So the clothes that I'm going to put this month, I think you'll like them and you'll want to purchase one.
Thank you. Because us men, we need some type of apparel out here that speaks volumes to who we are. So
you do.
Yeah. Because you see in Forever 21, we just got a little corner in Forever 21 and the women have the whole rest of the store.
Right. And all of that stuff, like I shop in the girls section, of course, but I'm more comfortable in like baggy, big clothes.
Yeah, so you're not, and I love that because you're not afraid to say that you're a tomboy in a way, sort of.
Yeah, I'm like a feminine tomboy.
Feminine tomboy, and that's a cool kind of vibe to have. Like you can throw on a t-shirt to go to the store real quick. You ain't got to put on
always
pounds of makeup. So it's just like that's cool, man. Yeah, I love that. Okay. Well, again, thank you so much for just being here and being a support to the Black Economic Expo. And one thing that I want to see if you could do for us is to share some words of wisdom or some words of love, just from your heart. Being an artist, I know you're gonna kill it. So, what would you give? What would you say to people today?
I would say, if you don't do it, who will? Like, just short and simple. If you have a dream, try to stick to it because you only live one life. So why continue to do something that you're not passionate about and that you don't love? It makes no sense. So
I'm going to put that on Facebook. It's going to get 1 million likes. I already know, man. I love that. That is amazing. All right, so let's give a hand for Rashida Williams.
There's a lot of people in there. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you, Rashida. I just truly appreciate you for being here. We're going to continue to move forward here. We have, I believe, Sade Banks. Sade, I love that song. I love that artist, Sade. And Sade, you got to tell me if I'm saying it right here. So go ahead and unmute yourself, Sade. And bring your video on as well. Oh, shit. Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you? How are you this evening or morning or however?
Yeah. Hey, I'm breathing. It don't matter what time it is. I'm breathing, I'm alive, and I'm blessed. So,
I hear you. Amen.
Yeah.
So I'll let you go. Excuse me.
Can you give us some video as well? You don't want to today?
No, I definitely need to, but I can see myself. You guys can't see me?
There we go. We see you now. I see you now. Okay. Now. There we go. All right. Okay. So welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. So we're here to talk about and are you here to talk about women who excel?
Yes, I
am. Perfect. Okay, so good. So women who excel, I'm already impressed with women in general, women in life. Y'all are amazing at what y'all do. We as men, we appreciate you as women and excelling, but how do you feel that women can go to that next level? How do they excel and go to that next level?
Sure. Some of the ways that women can excel. Well, first, let me introduce myself. My name is Sade Banks, and I am the membership coordinator for Winning Women's Network, soon to be known as Women Who Excel. Right now, we're going through a branch transition, and I am today's representative. Unfortunately, our founder, Dr. Tyler Price, was not able to come today due to ministerial duties, but she does send her warm thank you for inviting us to this amazing expo. So thank you so much. And some ways that women can excel is by now everything that we do is rooted in the Word of God. That's just what that is. And so one of the ways that we would say for women to excel is first to make sure that you secure and have a relationship with God, with Jesus Christ, and allowing him to do the work in you, walking side by side with him in your life. Just like Daniel was able to excel and be 10 times greater than his counterparts because of his relationship with Christ. So if we want to excel, we have to have a relationship with our Creator. The second thing is to make sure that you have a strong, supportive foundation and network. There are many influences out there. Culture would tell us what type of woman that we need to be. Culture would tell us that we need to be married before we're 30. Culture would tell us that, if we are driven, if we are motivated, then that's equated to having the qualities of a man, and that's attractive. Culture would tell us that if you are brilliant, to dim your light to make others around you comfortable. Culture would tell us not to go for the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And so in order to excel, we have to rewrite those codes that have been instilled in us since childhood, those codes in our soul, those codes in our mind that bring us to being uncomfortable with being powerful, that makes us uncomfortable with excelling and going beyond our counterparts, right?
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. So rewriting your code,
yes.
That's one thing that you said is rewriting your code. What is that? What does that look like?
Okay, so from childhood, we have your soul starts building up, picking up things, molding and shaping itself soon as you come out of the womb. So some of us, we have issues of trauma. We have, good memories, bad memories, everything that happens in your life. It creates a coding system in your soul. Mm-hmm. Your soul, our apostle, Dr. Paula Price, teaches us that your soul is basically your life's memory bank. So all of your heartaches, all of your joy, everything is written in your soul, and your soul is what is going to either be used as a faculty for your success or used as a faculty for your hindrance in life. Okay. And so by the way that we deal with issues, things that we are taught, things that we learn, things that we pick up, things that have worked for us, that is our soul that is in operation. It's designed to give you what you want. And so if you are used to checking out and that was rewarded by pity or more sympathy you were able to get out of things, then your soul has taken up that code and say, okay, every time I come against a barrier or an obstacle, I'm going to check out because it's rewarded me in the past. And so that is one thing that we do with Winning Women's, is to help you rewrite those codes that are in your soul that are setting you up for failure and stopping you from excelling in this earth.
Yeah. Absolutely. And so how do you feel that your organization, the organism, is making an impact? Like, are women changing? Are they becoming more successful teaming up with your organization?
Absolutely. We have our founder, Dr. Tyler Price. She's actually what we call a destiny specialist. So she has amazing prophetic insight. That's what she does as a minister. That's the office that she walks in, is a prophet. But not only does she mentor us and lead us and guide us from the mind of Christ, but she also is able to speak into our destinies, help to lead us and steer us. And we don't just have Dr. Tyler Price. We have a team of well-seasoned ministers and women who have not only excelled in ministry, but who have also excelled in other areas of life. We have bankers, we have entrepreneurs, we have people that succeeded as stay-at-home mothers. We want to cover every aspect of your life and help you to excel in every aspect of your life. So what we do is every single month we have a challenge. We just finished up a challenge called Enduring to the End, where we focused on strength training physically. We all went out to the field, us and a few of the members and other members of the community, and we worked out. And boy, was it a workout. Okay, really? We have emotional training. We go through different exercises, workshops. We do this every month, and we invite our community members to come out and embrace what we're doing as a community. And yes, women are changing. We're getting stronger. I've seen changes in my own self, so it's bearing great fruit in our community.
So, I do 100% believe that it's important that women succeed, but do you guys have an outlet for men? Because women y'all winning in life, and we kind of struggling, getting together as far as men coming together as one and being the head of the household and being the support for women. Not saying that we not a team, but there are a lot of men that struggle with a lot of things. So how do you incorporate men into your organization and what supports?
Well, I mean, it's women focused. We focus on women issues, but we also do teach, of course, we remain biblical. We do not teach our women to usurp the man's authority in the household. Okay, we do not teach that, but we are mostly focusing on women because historically, we were just able to vote how long ago? It's not been that long ago. Women are still underpaid in the marketplace. We still have these stigmas over us. I just did some research and found out that only women typically ask for $35,000 less for SBA loans. Why is that, right? Wow. And so from a business perspective, from a family perspective, even in the church, sometimes, only role that they have, depending on your denomination, for women is to be a missionary. But what about if you're called to be an apostle or a prophet or to be a pastor, right? And so women historically, we've gotten the short end of the stick and being able to arise in our divine destinies and calling. So that's why we focus on women.
That makes sense. It does. It makes sense. How young are you guys looking to support women? Like, what's the age?
Sure. Well, we have multiple divisions in Winning Women. So we cover all ages. We have our youngest division, which is Winning Girls, which is the age of 8 to teenager, right before you cross over into adulthood. And we have events for young girls, for teenagers, teaching them how to win from an early age, a young age. Then we have our mid sector, which is Winning Women's, which deals with women over 18, between 18 to 45, right? And then we have Full Circle, which is the older woman from 50 on up, right? So we cover all age ranges in Winning Women. We're trying to build winners in all ages.
So I hear an accent a little bit in your voice. Where are you from?
I'm from Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, I hear that yo, what's up, son? I hear a little bit of that. Okay, I love that because I love women from the East Coast because y'all are more aggressive in some, not saying that other women aren't in other areas, but just from New York, Y'all are progressive, and I
Yes.
appreciate that. So, what is the climate like in Buffalo, like for women? Is it a challenge there?
Well, I mean, wherever you go, you take you with you. It depends on the on the principles that you're operating on. I mean, if you are, aggressive, if you're driven, if you're motivated, if you have certain levels of education, because unfortunately, Buffalo is like the third or fourth poorest city in the nation.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's very poverty stricken. And so for women, I mean, if you have that education, that drive, that motivation, your relationship with your creator, with Christ, then there shouldn't be any barriers that you come up against that you cannot break through. That's for anywhere that you go. Again, it starts with your soul. You can only succeed to the amount of success that's coded in your soul.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. So, what's the legacy for you guys in your organization? What's the legacy part to where you're gonna continue to support those next generations? What does that look like for you guys?
Sure. Like anything, we want to build, our founder, Dr. Tyler Price, wants to build an organization that surpasses her. She wants to create a whole institution. If you think about the different banks, if you think about businesses that have been around for decades, like Johnson & Johnson and Procter & Gamble, those people, when they built their organization, they already had the mindset that this is going to surpass my life, right? And so we want to start everything off with a solid foundation to ensure that this is going to surpass all founding members' lives. So we do consider that and keep that in mind. Right now, we're mostly local, but we are ramping up our marketing and things of that nature to be able to go more national and, God willing, global in the time that we're supposed to be doing that.
Yeah. What are the challenges that you guys have? I mean, with the organization, is it reaching out to women? Is it, what's the challenges for your organization in this time?
One of the challenges is mostly, I mean, sometimes when people, they are already in their own paradigm, they already have what their mother told them what is womanhood. They have what their husbands have told them what is womanhood. Everybody has defined womanhood for us except for the word of God. Everybody has defined it for us except for ourselves, right? And so some of those challenges are when we have women who come in, they already have these ideas, these mindsets, and just, I wouldn't say it's a challenge. It's a ministry. It's a joy to be able to minister to them, coach them, consult with them. We have monthly workshops where Dr. Tyler Price sits down with us and really covers some hard-hitting subjects and topics, right? Yeah. And so one of the biggest challenges for especially for myself is being open to changing, being open to being converted, to being okay with winning and excelling.
Yeah. And that's the thing where people do have a challenge with. When it's right in front of you, some people may not walk into that opportunity until days later because of fear, years later because of fear. And, fear can hold them back. Let's talk a little bit about fear and faith. So how have you overcome your personal fears being a part of this network? Let's get in depth.
Okay,
How have you overcome your fears?
Okay. Well, like I said, I was in Buffalo, me personally. I was in Buffalo, New York. I had a great 10-year career in banking. I've worked for some of the most premier and elite banks in the world. I was an analyst and operations specialist for 10 years, right? And so when I got the call to move to Tulsa, Oklahoma, I had to give up my cushy job that paid quite well.
Wow.
I said, Jesus, are you sure? You called me to Tulsa.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing good here. You blessing me in this land. I don't know about nobody else, right? But I had to leave a house. I was a homeowner. Like I said, I had my job. I had connections. I had friends. All of my family is there. I don't know nobody in Tulsa.
Yeah.
But I had a mentor named Dr. Tyler Price.
Are you saying Paula with a P or T?
Paula. T.
Okay, Paula. Okay, good.
Yes,
Good.
she was my mentor. Yes.
Yeah,
and
the New York accent is just giving away. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes, she was my mentor, and like I said, that is her gift. That is one of her anointings, is to be able to help lead and guide people into their divine destiny and calling. So I had a whole lot of fear. I had a whole lot of anxiety, but I can't give anybody the glory for getting me from Buffalo to Tulsa, but God. I mean, she was a vessel. She helped me, but I stayed in constant prayer, constant talking with the Lord, and understanding that I don't have a spirit of fear, but I have a spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. And whatever God is calling me from is something better on the opposite end. I had to stand in faith.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so when you thought about Tulsa, like you were thinking like horses, cows, chickens, and stuff like that here in town, like that you were going to have to give up, you're going to have to ride a horse to work or something like that. What was your thought process about Tulsa? Dang, okay.
Well, I was looking for something fresh. I was looking for something new. But my idea of Tulsa was, it's a little slow here.
Okay.
And I'm still adjusting, but overall, I liked it's the atmosphere here is a lot calmer than back home. So I did enjoy that. I enjoyed that the city was cleaner than back home.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. I enjoyed that the people were a lot more friendlier than back home. So I can't say that I was over the hill excited about moving to Tulsa, but I was comfortable with the idea because I saw some things that I did like and appreciate.
Good, man. Man, we definitely got to make a trip. I got to make a trip to Buffalo, New York, just to see what that life is like, man. And I just want to go to a bodega or just something just New Yorkish. You know what I mean?
Well, we're 7 hours from New York City, so it's not as fast and not as popular as New York City, but it still has those New York attributes.
Well, how far away is Buffalo from New York City?
Like 7 hours.
Oh, like that's a whole nother state. Dang.
Right.
Okay, I see what you mean now. Okay. Upstate, is it? You said upstate? So
yeah.
So, you know, making that transition, being here in Tulsa, and how many years have you been here?
Well, I actually just moved here in last September. So
are you serious? That's soon?
Yeah.
Wow. So you came just before COVID, like, was really starting to really jump off.
Yes, thank God. New York State is still like kind of shut down right now a little bit.
Yeah. We can at least go outside on the front porch and kick it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I love that. So you know, with COVID, you know, hitting and we having to adjust as far as, you know, well, women in business having to adjust. How has it been for your organization with adjusting with COVID?
Well, with the adjustments of COVID, you know, Winning Women's is actually a part of a greater organization under Dr. Paula Price. And we just, you know, despite whatever reports we're getting, despite whatever news and everything we're getting, we still stand as a collective unit, as a stronghold. And we are in prayer. We're in intercession, not only for our church members, but for our city, for our nation. And we're just not believing the reports of the enemy. We're saying, no, nobody in this organization, we're not getting COVID. You know what I'm saying? So we're just standing fervent in prayer, being watchful, of course, being safe. You know, we're not being out here reckless.
Yeah.
But we have come together very well as a collective unit and have bonded even the more so during these trying times.
Yeah, absolutely. And women, you know, regardless, I think they're in this situation, but women always thrive no matter what's thrown at you guys. You always tend to just take it and make it something beautiful. So I appreciate that about the women and the network and how you guys work. And even looking at how Jackie has done what she's done here with the Black Economic Expo is just phenomenal, you know?
Yes.
And so you guys working together with women and supporting women, are you guys looking to making this a nationwide type of organization?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We have a free you can actually join for free. You can join our Facebook group. Yes. And in order to join our Facebook group, you can go to B for Boy, I, T for Thomas, .ly/ Join WW Network. So yes, so you go to that link and you can join our Facebook group, and you will have immediate access to all of our trainings, our posts, our sessions. Now we do have a higher level membership, which includes one-on-one coaching with one of our experts, also more exclusive content. And in order to join the Winner's Circle for $19.99 a month, a very small investment for the richness of content that you get, the transformative content that you get, you can go to www.winningwomansnetwork.com. And so yes, we actually have a member in Canada. So now, we have a Canadian member. Yes.
Oh, and I love Dr. Paula Price's ministry because I was listening to it the other day, but I love that they have like if you want to find your gift or what you're really great at, like you have an assessment on the website. And I was like, I've never heard of that. Like I need an assessment in my life because you operate on what you believe God has told you to do.
Right.
And you just kind of bounce around, and you really of course consulting with God, but then like consulting with yourself and just getting that confirmation of you are in the right space and you're supposed to be doing what you're doing. But to have a structured organization to help you and to walk with you and to do life to help you to get to that position is amazing. So you guys are ahead of the curve. How do you feel about being ahead of the curve and really helping doing life with people?
It's amazing. Now, sure, it does come with its challenges, but and especially when you're in ministry, you go through a lot more than people who don't actively engage in ministry go through, but it's always to make you stronger, to build in you an apothecary where you are able to carry others, is to strengthen you. So it's an honor and a privilege to be able to walk side by side and see people grow and see people develop and see them getting stronger every day, every month. It's a blessing and an honor, and we really enjoy and love what we do. We're passionate about it.
Yeah. All right. So one thing that we do with all of our guests, we definitely always ask this, that, because I know that you're someone who really cares and you're someone who really wants to make an impact into this world. What is it that you would leave with people today and give them words of wisdom, something from your heart today?
Sure. One thing that I want to leave with you all is, first and foremost, go ahead and join the Winning Women's Network. It is free. It is free. Come get this great transformative information that is setting you up to excel by the word and power of God. Okay. That's first and foremost. The second thing is that we also offer this to all ages. So for your little girls, for yourself, and for grandma and them, come on.
Bring on, grandmama.
All ages are welcome, okay? But one of the things I want to tell you, the people that are on here, is that before you even came to this earth, God, when he designed you, he already put inside of you the gifts, the talents that you need. It is time for us, not only as Black people, but as Christians, to be able to really tap into those gifts and those talents and create our own economy. And don't be afraid to do so. I mean, now, if this COVID thing has taught us anything, it's taught you cannot put your trust in man. You can't put your trust in your job and corporate America. They will turn on you. So you need to be able to harness those gifts. I don't care if you know how to cut a lawn well. That's a landscaping business. It's time for us to build our own economies to ensure the sustainability of our families, to build a legacy, and to distribute wealth throughout the kingdom of God.
Oh, I believe it 100%. I believe it 100%. And so how would you say that the ministry is, because I see Dr. Paula Price's ministry, but it's mainly women. Like, you rarely see any dudes there. Like, are there guys? Because I've never been to the church, but I plan on visiting. But how are you guys pouring into men? That's what I want to know.
Yes, we have men there. We actually have Dr. Price has a super successful male apostle that is underneath her covering. So we do have opportunities to minister to men. We are not a women. Let me get this clear. We are not a women's ministry. It just so happened that women give into the call more and come and move to Tulsa to be under Dr. Price, because some men had an ego. You guys are crafted by culture too. I'm not going to be under no woman. Where's this? But we do have very strong male leadership that sits underneath Dr. Price and is covered by her. So men are not left out. Her ministry, her mantle is so potent and so powerful. It hits that man and that woman too, the child and the baby. Okay. Mm-hmm. So we're not limited just to women.
Yeah. I love that. And with the move and what you're doing and making the impact, I know people look for more of the ministry to be in the streets, but y'all's ministry is definitely different, because it's not the same old, let's just give people food, let's just give people payday light bills and stuff like that. But now y'all are really trying to impact their whole being. Talk a little bit about that,
Yes. Well, first and foremost, our Dr. Price's ministry, of which Dr. Tyler Price is the chief prophet, meaning that she trains the prophets. Okay. That whole ministry, the mandate on that ministry, Dr. Price is not a pastor. That's not the office that she walks in, although she does it. But her chief office is that of an apostle. And so the way that we see the ministry, the way God has deemed it, is to be an embassy. So if you don't know what an embassy is, please go ahead and look it up. Our mission and our mandate on this ministry is to create men and women of God who can give God a voice, an influence, a vote, and access, and a seat at the decision-making tables of the world. So the ministry is not for you to just come to sit in a pew and not expect to be trained, and not expect to get your soul worked on, not expect to get healing so you can be shipped out and do the will of God on your life. That's not what this ministry is. We operate like an embassy by spirit and by nature. Natural.
That's deep. I've never heard of that. Like you operate as an embassy. Like that's something that you take into a higher echelon, or even in the spiritual realm, is something that is, you wouldn't even think that you could touch the embassy. You know what I mean? But to be a host or a place where you say that you're an embassy for people, that changes your mindset, and actually it brings a mindset of royalty, and it shifts your mindset, So absolutely. I love that about what you guys are doing. How are you guys helping people on a daily basis? Like, is it just through empowerment through business, or are you guys feeding people? Like, what more are you guys doing there?
Well, Women Who Excel is a part of that ministry. Now, for Women Who Excel, we really do. We have a very strong, we operate for career, finances, nutrition, and business. Okay, so I'm like the business expert. Dr. Tyler Price, our founder, she has been in business over 20 something years. We have a fitness expert who has books on Amazon, who has contributed to Huffington Post. So for Winning Women's, it's a lifestyle network. So we don't just encompass business, but we encompass helping you to excel in every area of your life.
Yeah. And I think that's the key thing to helping women excel in every area of life, because you really don't think about that. Some people just only think about the job. Like, I just want to get my coins and I can live my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's deeper than that. But if you don't have the spiritual capacity, but the mental capacity as well, then you're going to be challenged. Even money can't save you, because there are so many people that are so miserable but very wealthy.
Right.
So how do you balance that out for people to have the wealth, but then also have a wealth mindset? Like, what is that like?
Well, one of the teachings that we always go by is is that money is a spirit. Oftentimes we are focused on the tangible currency, the paper money that we can hold in our hands. So we teach even from winning girls, from our little girls to winning women's to full circle. We always teach that money is a spirit. So your economy is within you. Your wealth is in you. Your ability to build legacy, it is in you. And this here is the book. It's written by Dr. Paula Price. Okay, and it goes over how you can overcome the barriers and the obstacles that often get in our way, the traps that are set up to keep us out of our natural resources and our wealthy place. Yeah. What are those things that keep you out? Well, one of the things, the scripture says you prosper as your soul prospers. Yeah. So if you are a procrastinator, if you don't like to go and get it, if you think somebody you can sit on the couch and you just gonna get $1 million, placed right at your pillow, you're deceived. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is we always support having a mentor, linking up with somebody that has been where you're trying to go, because that's going to save you a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of tears, and a lot of frustration, right? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. It definitely will. And who are your mentors? Like, who are the people in your life? Sure. Well, definitely my apostle, Dr. Paula Price. She has been a tremendous influence in my life, changed my whole world. And then Dr. Tyler Price, who is my one-on-one mentor. Those are my biggest contributors of mentorship. I also have an intercessor that's been with me for about 2 years, praying and getting me through. So I have a lot of support. And plus Winning Women's, I have women that are a part of Winning Women's, where we pray together, we meet together, we do things together, we talk. And it's just great to have that collaborative and that group and that support that the network offers. Yeah, absolutely. 100%, man. And I think that it is important that you do take the time to have a mentor in everything in your life. Like, I have a mentor for finance. I have a mentor for media. Like I and the scripture says there, and I'm trying to quote it right. Lord knows I'm trying to stay in the word, but in the multitudes of wisdom, there is freedom or success. Said it again. Counselors, yes, in the multitude of counsel. Yeah, there is safety. There's safety. There you go. Thank you. Yes. And so I see that within having counsel, not only just talking about therapy, but also talking about business. Like, there's so many things that you can have a counselor for everything in your life. Absolutely. I think that's where people really miss out, is having that counsel. Having people talk to them. If you want to be a chef, get a mentor. If you want to do this, be a mentor. Get a mentor, and I see those mentors as counsel in a way. So how do you find what regimen, what makes a person worthy enough to be on your list to say, hey, they can counsel me? Like, what is that for you? Well, first of all, I'm very specific, because I have had mentors that were not in alignment with my faith, and I am a firm believer. Now, I'm not saying because I am a businesswoman, you don't have to be a Christian for me to do business with you. I think kingdom. I don't just think church. But in order for a person to really be pouring into my life, we need to be walking the same faith. Okay, because I don't need you giving me the doctrines of of some religion, right? I don't need that. I don't want that resonating or operating in my soul or in my spirit. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, you have to have been where I'm trying to go, where I have been destined to go. Some things are just universal. If you say, if you're my mentor and I trust you, and you say, okay, that is hot, that's going to burn you, I don't need to go over there and find out for myself. I'm good. I trust what you got to say, so that's what I'm saying, being of like faith and have excelled and have gone where I've trying to go. I need to be behind you. The student cannot be greater than the master. Yeah, I totally 100% agree with that, man. And that really makes an impact in somebody's life by having the mentorship in your life altogether. So, are you familiar with
North Tulsa at all? Like, have you ever been out in that area?
No.
Okay, so you gotta get you north of Admiral out here to check out what's going on in not just the hood. It's not just only just the hood, but I'm just saying, like, out here in North Tulsa, for you to be able to gain an understanding of what people go through on a daily basis. And so the challenge for most people that are in position and leadership is to understand what the community is going through, understand the data and the stats of what's going on. And so how are you as an organization able to effectively support people and understand people? Like, what processes do you go through to get a better understanding of their lifestyle and what's going on?
Yes. Well, well, one of the things is me personally, I'm from the hood. Like, I'm from the poorest section in Buffalo, New York. Okay. So, but not everybody that's a part of Winning Women's has endured those types of poverty hardships. I mean, we have women that come from all walks of life. And so we have somebody that's able to mentor, able to guide, and be a great example, no matter what type of life that you have come from.
Yeah,
we have it all. We have about 566 members on our Facebook group, and our community is about 50 women. So we're very diverse.
Very diverse. Is it only Black women?
No.
We
have some okay, my producer is trying to tell me something. My apologies.
All right.
And I also need to mention that, I apologize. You know, the producer, they're going to make sure you're right. They're going to make sure.
Yeah, I was like, did I answer the wrong question?
No, they're going to make sure that the brand is represented well. So I actually just was informed that we do have people in North Tulsa that are representing Winning Women's. I'm not familiar with the area, but we do have people working in that neck of the woods.
And I was just talking about specifically you, because I wanted to know, because as a representative yourself, like, have you been in North Tulsa? Like, have you been out here? So now I know where we got to take you to Sweet Lisa's. We got to take you to Waffle Lab. Different eating places out here, so that you can understand what that Oklahoma life is like for us. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah, for sure. So you got to check out some of the restaurants out here. So make sure you come on out here. All right.
Sweetly, you know, and I really do, because where I'm at, the food and so I'm out in Bixby.
No salt, no seasoning, huh? None.
I'm out in Bixby, so I need some good. I haven't had collard greens.
Yeah, we know how to season up our food.
I need some fried catfish, so I will be in the North Tulsa very soon to visit and definitely check out the culture. I want to see Black Wall Street. So there's things I want to do. I've just been so caught up in my adjustment. Being a full-time entrepreneur, sometimes you be so focused you don't stop to smell.
No, and I understand. Not blaming you at all, but I'm just saying fish daddies just don't have the seasoning that that Big Daddy's got. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I can believe that.
But I just expanding the horizons of where you are. But I know you guys are touching every area where God wants you to be. And making an impact. I know North Tulsa is definitely a place where the organization is making an impact, and I know that for sure. Awesome. And so, with women and supporting women, it really hurts my heart. Like, when I drive around and I see women that are homeless, of course men as well too, but women that are homeless. And I know it's a different dynamic for women that are out there, because you got a whole bunch that you got to protect and take care of, and you thinking of, you know what I'm saying? And so, has there been any stories? Do you? Let me just ask this: do you know of any stories of women that have come from homelessness and now like thriving at life?
Well, I mean, I can't, because people, private conversations with people, I say yes. I cannot disclose too much information, but I do know that we are building out a fourth division called Women Who Serve, who will be going out and helping to go to the homeless shelters and do things with the children and the women that are going to overcome those circumstances in life.
Yeah. Because I know that women, they come from different backgrounds. Now sex trafficking is a big thing, to where a lot of women have experienced that, and coming from that and retraining your mindset and your soul from all of that whole process to now, to now coming to actually, thrive in the community, build, grow your kids in the community. And it's just so crazy out here.
Yes.
But how are you guys working to thwart and work against like a lot of the disparities that women struggle with? Like, what is that on a day-to-day basis for you guys?
Well, for us, like I said, we are women who excel. We are also, a ministry. Like I said, we have women from all different walks of life, who have been at the lowest of the low and at the top of the top. So we are at, we do have the ministers set in place to be able to minister to the needs of God's people, of women. And like I said, we're also going to be branching out soon, called Women Who Serve, who will be going to those places where people, I hate to use the word destitute for a lack of better, for women who are facing temporarily facing situations of destitution, so we do have that in the works. It is on the plan to be able to feed in our community in those ways as well.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, to get personal, what are some of the gifts that you actually have and that you have discovered the gifts in your life?
Okay, well, some of the gifts is I'm a great communicator. I'm a teacher. I have my own online business show called the Miss Bankable Show. I'm a business coach. I have an online academy that equips Christian entrepreneurs to start, build, and grow bankable businesses. So I have a whole array of gifts and talents, and I'm making sure that's one of the things that we learn and Women to Excel is to ensure that you are maximizing those gifts and those talents and not only getting an economy for yourself, but to be able to serve others.
And she was like, well, let me run down my list real quick.
I have cred.
I love that. Yeah, you got cred. I respect that.
Thank you.
And let's talk. Okay, so success comes along with discipline, right? And so even in your diet, on your daily diet and what you eat on a continual basis, like they say, your intake of the foods that you eat, produce that mindset at the same time. Because I do know some people that are very talented, but they have an underlying issue of maybe schizophrenia or like they are OCD. Like I know plenty of people that are OCD in some cases. And it's good to, have the money and all the accolades and things like that, but your mental wealth is very important as well. So how do you guys help approach people's mental wealth?
Okay, as far as mental wealth, I mean, we always suggest that you seek. I mean, if you're dealing with schizophrenia, I mean, that you definitely need to be making sure that you get the professional help that you need from licensed counselors, getting the medication and things that you need. Now, we don't turn anyone away if they are suffering through something like that. But but we do have a compassion and a heart for those who are suffering. That is a part of a ministry. So, there is tools set in place through the ministry, the actual ministry, to be able to compact and go through those, walk through that healing and that processing with people who are suffering to that degree. Now, for Winning Women's, we're mostly focused on, we do have mental health, but not to the extreme of like schizophrenia. Like that's a whole nother obstacle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we do focus on mental health, and wellness and nutrition. Yes, we do have sections that deal with that.
I love that. So how often do you guys meet as an organization?
Well, we have events every single month. Actually, this month, on the 29th, we're having hot coffee and hot topics.
Ooh, okay.
So it's going to be a Q&A session at a local coffee place where we can just come out and have those open conversations, Q&A with with Dr. Tyler Price and other members of Winning Women's.
I love that, man. So you do have a space where people can gather on a continual basis. Even during COVID, you're able to connect and, still do life with people through virtually, right? Or you said in person. Maybe at a coffee shop. Okay, cool. What coffee shop?
We can also do virtually because remember we have members that aren't just in the state of Tulsa. We also have a Canadian member, so we do virtually and we do in person. Like the hot coffee and hot topics, that's going to take place again. At Price University at 5801 East 41st Street on the 9th floor.
On the 9th. Okay, so y'all are in an actual building, like an actual facility.
Well, that's a place that we utilize when we have events. Sometimes it's out locally or it's at Price University.
I love it. So once again, share with us how we can find you and search you online.
Sure. You can visit our website. It's winningwomansnetwork.com to get more information about the network, about our founder, Dr. Tyler Price, about the coaching, the things that we offer. You can also just go ahead and join the group. It is, again, I'll give the website. It is B for boy, I, T for Thomas, .ly/join WW network.
Love it. So you guys are continually making an impact with women. But not only just women, you guys are making an impact with men, youth, young girls, young boys, and are here to stay and here to do life with people and to really help sharpen them and iron sharpen the iron as they walk along with you to help them in life. And women, not only just in America, but Canada, and I'm sure there are more women that are going to join just globally.
Absolutely.
That want to be a part of this. And so, I'm so appreciative of the work that you and Dr. Paula Price are doing with this organization for women. You are making an impact, and I love how it's not just a surface thing. It's really getting down to the meat and supporting women in their challenges in life. So I just kudos to you guys for doing such great work.
Thank you. And definitely thank you, Dr. Tyler Price, for all that you do. That's the founder of Women Who Excel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for having us.
You are a great representative. So please, if I sell something, I'm coming to you first because you represent so well your organization. So I know Dr. Paula Price will be so excited and ecstatic that you represent it so well. So thank you again. So much. So let's give a hand for our guest, everybody.
Thank you all. God bless you.
God bless you. All right. So we have another guest that will be joining us very soon. Sade Banks right there. She is just such a great woman. And she is great.
She was Sade Banks. That was Sade Banks.
Yes. And we have Naida Simmons.
She's just listening.
Naida Simmons. Okay, we're going
to. She's with her.
Oh, Naida, are you listening? Are you just listening, or are you let's talk to Naida too, because I want to get your perspective too, Naida. Is that how you pronounce your name? Because we still got time. Naida, I see you there. Come on, hop on in. Oh, okay, you're not coming. Okay, that's fine, Naida. You don't have to come on. All right. But I do thank you for everybody joining us here with the Black Economic Expo 2020. It is our 4th year, 4 years that we have been going strong. Hey, once again, make sure you go on to our YouTube and subscribe, comment on the page. We want to change the algorithms to be all about Black Economic Expo. And also thank you to all of those that are on social media, on Instagram. You've been watching the side of my face for a whole hour now. So thank you guys. I appreciate you watching my profile. And also our guest that has been here on the station. We're going to take a quick water break. And we'll be right back here to join and share and talk more about the Black Economic Expo. And this show is just phenomenal, man. So keep it locked right here. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Black Economic Expo 2020. We are here with a legend in the game, man, Miss Trisha. I've known her pretty much my whole life, and she is a jewel. She's so sweet, man, patient, and just a sweet soul. And I'm so glad to sit here with her to talk about Black Wall Street. First, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
What's your role with the Black Economic Expo?
Just an employee.
Started
off as a volunteer,
yes.
And somehow I got kind of hooked into this.
I love it.
But it's such a wonderful adventure, and I'm just so impressed with Jackie's entrepreneurship. So I thought, wow, if I had only known her like years ago, if I were younger, she was older, yeah, we would have torn this town up.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, and why we deserve to hear the history of Oklahoma through you. Like, tell us about your history.
Well, first of all, I was born and raised here in Tulsa. And except for the 4 years in college, I've always lived here in Tulsa. I really wanted to stay in Dallas, but my parents said no.
Really?
Yeah.
I told you no? Why?
Well, they wouldn't support me anymore.
Oh, yeah. That parent financial support is always.
That's right. They said if you find a job and you want to stay in Dallas, fine. But we're not paying any more rent.
Like, okay, well, I'll just stay right here in Tulsa then.
I'll just come back to Tulsa, and So I've been here for all that time, and being here, I kind of began to really like it here. It's laid back. It's such a wonderful place to raise a family. So I kind of like staying here.
Yeah. So being in Tulsa, where are some places that you love to travel outside of Tulsa, like places to go?
Wow.
Dallas for sure. I know that.
Well, while I was in college, I traveled a lot.
Really?
Because I was a member of the concert choir. And each year we would kind of rotate to the East Coast and the West Coast. So it gave me an opportunity to see a lot of areas that I never would have been exposed to. But once my son was in high school, then he was a singer also. And we had the opportunity to travel to Europe. And I loved Switzerland, fell in love with Switzerland. Wow. So if I could ever get back to Switzerland, that's where I want to be.
Wow.
Paris was nice. I didn't like Italy, but
you didn't like it. Why? Why didn't you like Italy?
Can't tell you that.
Okay,
story,
all right.
But, yeah.
But that's not your cup of tea. That's not your favorite place to be.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
And
I understand.
London was okay. But
Switzerland is like the top of the list for you.
The Alps and all of that, the snow on the peak of the mountains, that was wonderful.
All right, so let's come back to Oklahoma a little bit. So the history of Oklahoma and Black Wall Street, what is it that you remember about Oklahoma? Black Wall Street in particular?
Well, basically, when I was in school, period, here, they did not teach us about the race riot. We knew absolutely nothing. My family, my extended family, of course, I'm a Farley. So my uncle had a cleaners down on Greenwood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then one of my aunts was a beautician. And she was kind of somewhere off of Greenwood, but it was down off in some kind of little, it was like a cul-de-sac. So quite often my dad would take us down there, and I was, afforded the opportunity to see what was going on, all of the businesses that were there. And it was just something that I thought was normal. Yeah. So now, of course, this was after, the race riot, but it was, and then I had family on my mother's side who lived up off of Greenwood and Independence. They lived up on the hill.
Wow.
And so I I would get to go down there a lot. And then my church was off of Greenwood.
Oh, wow.
So,
you lived on Greenwood.
Well,
literally.
not really,
I mean,
but I mean,
yeah.
Got an opportunity to see Greenwood when it was kind of like coming back at its peak. And we just, it was a wonderful place. I, didn't know about the race riot. In fact, I was working, had finished college, was working before I ever found out about the race riot.
Really?
They kept it that well hidden from us. Then I found out that a couple of my relatives had actually, well, they were children, but they witnessed some of the,
Wow, some of the massacre.
So it was like really something. But, still, there were all of these different businesses down on Greenwood, and it made you want to have your own business. Now, there was a lot of segregation going on. My parents kind of sheltered us from a lot of that. So I didn't know how bad it was, but anything that you really wanted to get, you could pretty much go down to Greenwood and you could get that.
So what were the challenges that your father had faced? I know that you were telling me a story a little bit earlier about your father working at a car dealership. Like, can you tell me that story?
Well, my father worked for Bill White Chevrolet. And since he worked for the Chevrolet company, he was, afforded the opportunity to purchase a car. So we always had a car. I had no idea what a big deal that was. And then I heard some people saying to him, weren't he afraid, to be driving his car to work? Because back then there were people who had Cadillacs and really luxury cars, but they didn't drive them to work because, white people would, really be jealous of you and would fire you. So my father said, well, since I work for the company, they afforded me the opportunity to buy this car, so they don't have a problem with me driving the car to work. So, that's when I began to question what is going on and why do we have to do some of the things we have to do? And then I began to ask questions. I was a very inquisitive child. And, I asked some of my aunts and uncles, what's going on here? And they began to share with me some of the things that they had to go through, the things that they had to hide, how hard it was really for them to purchase things and live the good life and, not be able to share it with the world. So it was, it was just one of those times. So my father, of course, it was a little different for him. His parents both died when he was 3 years old. So he always wanted us to, and his siblings raised him, but he always wanted us to have a life that was a little bit more, well, a lot more than what he had.
Yes.
And it was just a different thing because the street, I lived on Quaker, which was right off of Apache. And in that little 2-block area, there was a father in every home. I didn't know that it didn't exist everywhere. I thought this was just a natural thing. And so, of course, I was a graduate of college and getting my first job when I found out that was something that was unusual. There were, people who came from broken homes, because my parents were together for 44 years. So it was like, wow.
Yeah. To see what other people deal with and go through. Yeah, that definitely is a huge challenge. So with Black Wall Street and what you saw, what it was then and what it's becoming now, what do you think is the difference between then and now as far as the education and what's being built?
Wow. That's a loaded question, a very loaded question. And I guess because one of the things that I found out only 2 weeks ago was that Greenwood has been redistricted. It used to be a part of District 1. It's no longer a part of District 1, which really bothered me because we have been for years trying to encourage people to set up your business on Greenwood, thinking that the money, the revenue would come back to our community, but it does not. That revenue goes to downtown Tulsa.
Wow.
And I don't think a lot of people know that. So that really bothers me, that we no longer really what I call own our street, which is Greenwood. I mean, you know, when you think about the Gap Band, Greenwood, Archer, Pine, I mean, you know, we don't own that anymore. Now, I'm not really sure how far down they come, but still to know that they took that away from us and they're taking more and more away from us. And I'm curious to know exactly where the boundary lines are.
Yeah. That gerrymandering happens a lot, and it's quite often where they redistrict and restructure a lot of those areas. So and we have no clue about it. You know, there's some people that just don't do the research and find out more about it. But with the youth and resurgence that's happened today, do you see a positive thing happening within the community as far as Black Wall Street?
Sure.
What do you see?
Well, I'm waiting for more and more buildings to be built for our youth. It would be wonderful for us to be able to go down on Greenwood and have activities. Now, of course, we have the cultural center, but you know, that's something that has to be planned out, and it's a little bit different. I would like to see buildings there where our youth can access those buildings. And, you know, I can remember growing up, you know, there was a skating rink. There was a bowling alley. We had theaters, you know, in North Tulsa. So, you know, I'd like to see those things come back so we don't have to go all the way south in order to participate in those things. You know, so those the kind of things that I would like to see happen. Not sure how it's going to happen or the space that it's going to happen in, because they've pretty much taken all of that away. But it would be wonderful if that could come back.
That would be an amazing thing if we could have those recreational type of things in our community. You know, who was your mentor growing up as far as with the woman you've become today, outside of your mom and dad? But like, who mentored you and who did you cling to when you grew older?
No one.
No one? Okay. Honest question. I mean, honest answer, should I say? Honest answer. And are you looking at mentoring now, or like just working and being a support, you know, in certain areas? What's your lane? Mentoring or just more being the support?
Right now, I am retired. Before that, my last employment was as a mentor for women who were being released from prison. So that gave me an opportunity to see a whole different lifestyle, something that I had never been exposed to. It was quite a learning thing for me.
I can imagine.
I mean, you know, knowing the things that they had been through, and now getting out of prison, trying to help them get back on their feet and housing, just getting their children back. Just the whole ramification of it was just something that was just like, wow. But it was a great experience for me. Before that, I've been like a drug and alcohol counselor, and, you know, worked in the schools with our kids with drug prevention. So it's, you know, it's always been those things.
See, you've always been in the pocket of supporting in different ways, but you go into spaces that most people aren't really thinking of, and you really go in and you support and help people mentor, but you find a way, things that bring you joy in doing those things. And I appreciate that about you. And you're a true leader in the community too. And your thought process, you don't always go with the flow of what everybody else thinks. You know, you think for yourself and you ask the right questions to be like, oh, well, let's think about this. So I appreciate that about you. And so with what happened with the Black Lives Matters, that was it was actually printed out on the street or painted on the street. And the fact that we as a community really are working to protect, Greenwood as a whole. Do you think that Greenwood needs as much as protection as it does, or should we just continue to do what we do?
I think Greenwood needs a lot of protection. I was extremely upset that someone would come in the middle of the night and do that kind of damage to something. And most of the people who are against that being written on, they've never been down on Greenwood. They know absolutely nothing about the area. So yeah, it needs to be protected. I think that the words need to stay there forever. It needs to be there. That's ours. It belongs to North Tulsa. So I want to see it stay there.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're a fighter, and that's what I love about you too, with you saying that needs to stay there. What are some things that the next generation needs to focus on in the fight? Like, what should we be the support of? What would you say?
You guys, we got to turn this camera.
Okay. What does the next generation need to do?
First of all, they need to know their history. They need to know exactly what's happened. If you don't know your history, then you can't really do anything about your future. So they need to listen to their elders. They don't really listen to what we have to say. They need to listen and know their history so that they can move forward, so that they'll know what we had, so that they can gain that again.
True. So what you're saying is that history can help to change our whole trajectory if we just took the time to really look at the history of Black Wall Street and Black people in America in general. So being from Tulsa, what are the things that you love about Tulsa?
Wow. Now, that's a deep question. I guess mainly because I've always thought about Tulsa as being safe. It's not like the big cities where it's pretty dangerous. Sure, crime is going to happen. I don't care where you are. There are always going to be people who are going to do wrong. But as far as being safe, I've always felt safe, even though I live, in North Tulsa, and I would not move for anything in the world. I have had colleagues who ask me, why do you live in North Tulsa? Why don't you move south? You could afford to do it. And I'm like, I love North Tulsa. The only thing I don't like about North Tulsa is, our food desert situation.
Yeah. But we pick up there. Yeah.
But then I can remember when we had grocery stores. I can remember when around the corner from me, there was PV's grocery store. There was another grocery store across the street. I mean, we could walk to the grocery store. So there were grocery stores
everywhere.
Right.
Wow.
Right. So they were Black-owned grocery stores.
Yeah.
So it just really bothers me that we don't have them now. They closed them all and everybody moved away. Now I have to go all the way to 15th Street in order to get some decent groceries.
And urban removal did a lot of damage to our community as far as all the businesses. I remember Shabazz Fish on Apache and Peoria. They had that big building over there and they had like some restaurants, but they knocked all those buildings down. And so that was the thing that really challenged us as a community, was the fact that the next generation didn't get to see the buildings or the structures, the edifices of all of the former buildings. The cookie plant that we see on Apache, you see that, but we don't really get any history about that. It's just a big white building that just sits in the corner,
that we walk down to and get
some cookies. Yeah. My mom told me all the time, she was like, they would just go down there just to get some cookies, And so those type of things that were in the neighborhood that made it feel like a neighborhood was just people just being people. And, you know, kids could go get cookies at the cookie factory. You know, that made it a neighborhood. And so it wasn't always just a place of violence and all those other things, but there was a strategic plan to remove a lot of just the foundational things in our neighborhood.
Correct.
What do you see? I mean, what with that urban renewal, how has that affected North Tulsa?
Urban renewal almost destroyed North Tulsa. They said that they were coming in to help us, but they didn't. What they did was they displaced a lot of your elderly who own their own homes. They told them they were going to give them this money, which they did give them money, but it wasn't enough for them to purchase another home in another area.
Yes.
So they were just like, what am I going to do? I know I had an aunt that lived, wow, it was right off, it was on, oh, I can't think of the street, but it was right off of Peoria. And she had not only her home, but on the side of her, she had a duplex that she rented out.
Right.
And behind her house was another little house that she rented out. Well, and that was her source of income. Well, when they told her she had to move, they would not give her enough money to, you know, replace that income. And which was really, that was the hardest thing for us, trying to find her a new home and not have enough money to, you know, put her, well, we finally found something over in Skyline, but you can imagine the price.
Oh yeah, that's totally different.
Yeah, so that's what they did to us. There were lots of people that they did that to. It was horrible.
Yeah.
So,
well, how can people research you and find you, or are you social media savvy? What do you think? How can people reach you? How can they find out more about you?
Well, right now, since I'm retired, they can't. But I've just recently, like last week, accepted a job with Jackie, who's opening up a staffing agency. It's going to be the very first Black-owned staffing agency in Tulsa. So I'm going to be managing that for her, and I will be out finding contractors and clients. So pretty soon, when we get it all together, they will be able to contact me that way, because I will be looking for people who need jobs and looking for employers who need employees.
Got you. So make sure you remember this face and this name right here, because she's going to be the one that's going to be able to help to put food on your table alongside Jackie. So make sure you remember this face and this name. And of course, just like I have everyone do, if you could share some words of wisdom, love, or encouragement, what would that be to the audience?
I would say never stop fighting. Just keep it up. Never stop.
Never stop. Just continue to fight. Man, thank you for that. Let's give her a hand, everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate learning about Greenwood.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. All right, so we'll be back here in just a moment. We're gonna have the tutorial on makeup. In the meantime, with Tia Mason, she's coming up here in just moments as well. And we just learned about Greenwood and what it was and what it's gonna become, and I just appreciate it. Me. Hey, how are you? Hey, Miss Mason, how are you? You can go ahead and unmute if you could. See you in here. Ask her to unmute. Hey, are you there? There you are. Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So
I don't know.
I see you.
Okay. I don't know what was going on. I couldn't hear you, and you were frozen.
Oh, okay. So we were having a big debate here. We wanted to know how to pronounce your first name.
Ty.
Ty. Okay.
Yes.
Ty. Okay, Ty.
Did Miss Jackie say, why do I keep letting her call me Tia?
Yeah.
I think she calls me Tia all the time. And I told it, Ty. She is
Cool. Okay. So welcome. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem.
So are you gonna do a tutorial on yourself, or how do you want to formulate this?
It's gonna be on myself. I'm gonna do like a quick, natural, everyday face for everybody. I get a lot of questions on like the perfect makeup for every day, so I figured that'd be a great way to go.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's go ahead and get started here.
Okay.
Let's kick it off. Okay, hey, welcome. It's your boy Model Hometown here at the Black Economic Expo, and I have a phenomenal guest, man. I think everybody in Tulsa knows her, man. A beautiful woman, phenomenal woman, and she's here to educate us and giving us a tutorial on how to do makeup, man, and how to have that natural look. So, everybody, let's welcome Ty Mason. Everybody, make some noise.
Yay. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
So well. So before we get started, I wanted you to introduce yourself in totality so people, they feel like that they know you, but now we have the opportunity to get to know you from your perspective.
Yeah, so my name is Ty Mason. I'm a makeup artist here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I've been doing makeup for about a little over 7 years now. And I love it. This is one of my passions. I grew up with a makeup artist for a mother. So this is something that has just come naturally. So yeah.
I love it. Well, go ahead. We'll give you the reins and you can go ahead and lead us in what you got to show us.
Perfect. Okay, let me make sure just want to make sure my camera doesn't fall over here.
Okay. No. All right. And Ty, you have to unmute yourself. I think you muted yourself. So go ahead.
Good Lord, Zoom, Lord help me. Okay, so I guess everything I just said, nobody heard. Okay, so here we go. So before I start my makeup, I like to cleanse my face with micellar water and I moisturize. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. I like to cleanse my face and moisturize before I start any face, even on my clients. So I'm gonna go in with my brow pencil. This is the L'Oreal Brow Stylist Definer. And I'm just gonna fill my brows in really lightly. This is in the shade brunette. So I'm just gonna fill my brows in. I'm gonna go start with the spoolie, and I'm gonna brush my brows upward just so I have, I know where to fill my brows in and where not to go so dark. Hopefully you guys can see. And I'm gonna start by lining the bottom very lightly. And I'm doing just light strokes here because I don't want it to be too dark and overpowering. I wish I had some music going on in the background. I feel like it's really quiet and boring. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing here. I'm trying not to cover my face up too much. Now I'm just gonna brush the product through so it's not too intense. Again, we're going for a natural, everyday look, so we want it to be super lightweight. Another thing I like to do, or another reason I like to cleanse and moisturize before I put any makeup on is the pencil. Whenever you're doing brow product, it just seems to glide on better because you got a good foundation. So I'm just creating hair strokes with my brow pencil. So I'm taking my brow pencil and going upward from the bottom up. And there's that. I haven't cut it out yet, so I know it looks kind of funky, but once I clean it up and cut it out, it'll look a little more polished. So now I'm just gonna do the same thing to the other side. Again, I just want to reiterate that these are really lightweight strokes. This pencil is very pigmented. A lot of brow products are very pigmented, so you want to be really light in the hand whenever you're applying your brow product. And if it looks kind of scarce in some areas, that's okay. You want to make sure your brows are light and fluffy. So you can just brush the product through and even it out throughout the brows. Sometimes I like to go up top where my brows arch and just kind of fill that in to create a higher arch, just because I like an arched brow. Okay, next I'm gonna go in with some concealer. Let me find it. I go in with my shade. So there's an eyeshadow base that I use to underneath my eyeshadow that I use as a concealer because it's so thick and it's a full coverage eyeshadow base. So I use that as a concealer. And it's called the P. Louise eyeshadow base. This is what I use to cut my brows out with. I think that one's a little dark. Let's see. And some people put it on the back of their hand to warm it up. Here lately, I've been liking to put it on the back of, like, on my palette. So then I'm just gonna take a flat brush. It's pretty flat for the most part. Get it on both sides of the brush. So I'm not getting too much on the brush, if you can see there. Not getting too much on the brush, but I am making sure that there's product on either side. And I'm just gonna clean up or cut my brows. Might have missed. Totally fine to just go back in with your brow pencil and fill those areas in. This is why makeup takes so long and why some people are like, too many steps, I can't do it. Makeup should be fun and about what you like to do. So I encourage everyone to try to learn how to do your brows and do your own makeup. It's really, for me, it's therapeutic and it's a lot of fun. So I'm just cleaning up top very gently. I'm laying the brush flat against my face and just cleaning up top. And this concealer dries down really quickly, so I have to move pretty quickly so it doesn't like stay. It's really good about staying in place. So when you're working with concealer that's really good about not creasing or anything like that, you got to move quickly because if you try to blend it out, it will not blend down if you wait too long. So keep that in mind whenever you're trying to blend down makeup or any concealer or anything like that. When you're working with a long wear concealer or foundation, you got to move quickly. You can let it set. It's good to let it sit for a couple seconds. But if you wait too long, it will not move, and you don't want that. You don't want to walk around with unblended brow concealer or unblended concealer or foundation. Another rule of thumb is if you don't know how long to extend your brow tail out, just take it at the corner of your eye and just mark the pencil. All right, same thing to the other side. I'm moving quickly, but normally I would spend about 25 minutes on my brows. That's just me. I'm somewhat of a perfectionist. So sometimes it takes me a while. But today we're not going to do that. And I'm going to pull the product down, if you can see me pulling that product down, so that it's not so focused in one area. Another thing with doing your makeup, you have to be flexible, because you'll find yourself doing a whole bunch of crazy positions. So another product I like to use, because I like the fluffy but polished eyebrow, is a brow gel. So I do this after I do my brows. I fill them in, I cut them out. See my brows? A pretty beat. I take a brow gel, and this is the L'Oreal Brow Stylist. It's the same as the brow pencil. This is the Brow Stylist Definer. This is the Brow Stylist Boost and Set Eyebrow Gel, or eyebrow mascara, as they call it. And I usually use the clear, but everywhere I went, they were out of clear. So I just got the brunette. But I lightly brush my brow hairs upward and over, and it gives my brows a very fluffy look. So they look full and thick. This is my favorite brow product. Like, I love this brow gel. And it's inexpensive. It's drugstore. So far, everything I've used is drugstore. So you can find these products at Walgreens or Walmart or CVS, wherever you go. Take this spoolie just a little bit and brush some of that product through so it's not so dark. There are the brows. So now I'm going to move on to foundation. Hold on one second. I need to find my primer. Oh, where's my primer? So this is my favorite primer. This is the e.l.f. the Poreless Putty Primer. Another drugstore product. I think a lot of people think that makeup has to be like all these high-end primers and or foundations or whatever. And drugstore, they're coming up. Like Maybelline and all these drugstore brands are really coming up. So this is what it looks like on the inside. It kind of looks like putty. It's got a really thick consistency. And so I just dab it in, like where my nose is, where I would have like problem pores, like where my pores would be the biggest. I would just dab it in. Everywhere else, I just smooth it all over my face. And I use a lot. I don't know about anybody else, but I use a lot of primer. And one trick that I found out, I don't rub my primer all the way in. I just I rub it in and just like see how it looks. It just kind of looks like it's sticky. I have found that the foundation sticks better. It lasts longer. It doesn't settle into my skin. It sits right where it's supposed to. Take these out so I don't get any makeup on them. So now I'm going to use, these are two of my favorite foundations. This is called Beauty Bakery. This is a Black owned makeup brand. And I absolutely love this. This is called, and everything on her line is like bakery inspired. So this is called the Instabake Aqua Glass Foundation. This is in the shade 321W. And it's a little darker than what I normally wear, but that's because I highlight so bright, like under my eye, my highlight is so bright. And I'll show you that in just a second. So I go a little darker just so everything blends seamlessly. I'm also going to use just a little bit of the P. Louise base that can also be used as a concealer, also be used as foundation, so on and so forth. So I'm going to use just a little bit of that. And my favorite thing to do is I don't just dip my foundation brush in the foundation right away. I take a brush and I kind of like paint it on. Start at my jawline. Sorry if my voice sounds a little raspy. I've been at work and talking all day, so. So I just paint it on again. This is how I get my foundation. And this is a good way to get like a flawless finish. Instead of just dipping your brush in your foundation when you squeeze it out on the back of your hand or whatever, this is a good way to warm it up and to get a flawless finish. Is by painting it on. Touch the wall. And something that I've been doing as well, new tips and tricks, is I just let the foundation sit for a little bit just to oxidize, to see if I need to add a different shade or just to get it to set. And then I add a lighter concealer right underneath my eye, on the sides of my nose. And then I go in the corners of my eye. And one reason I do this is because it makes the eye look more open versus doing the little triangle that everybody does. I just highlight right under here and right under here. And it's gonna make my eye look more bright, look more open versus looking so droopy with the other technique.
So I'm just putting the lighter foundation in the areas that you would normally highlight. So nose, eyes, forehead, chin, lip, all that fun stuff. So now I'm going to take my Instapop Insta foundation brush, or it's the Instapop face brush. This is a great foundation brush. I think it's an absolutely amazing. Add a little more foundation, just a teeny tiny bit more. So that same brush that I used to blend out the concealer under my brows, I'm going to use that. This is the Real Techniques setting brush. It looks like a large eyeshadow brush, but it is absolutely amazing. I love this brush. You can probably hear my 4-year-old son outside playing. Making sure that you get all of the places like above your brows, you cover those. See why I like this brush? Everything looks so flawless. That's why it's one of the best-selling foundation brushes in the market. So just so you can get a better look, this is what it looks like. It's the RT202. So if you go to realtechniques.com and look up the Instapop face brush, this is what you will find. So everything is set. Blend it down. I'm gonna blend a little bit of this concealer over my eyelid, just so that doesn't look bare.
Mommy, we should finish with the uncle.
So next I'm gonna set all of my makeup with the Sasha Buttercup powder. I don't know if you all have heard that, but that is another Black owned business. And her powders are amazing. So this is what it looks like. I have this and I have a translucent one, but I like the Buttercup better. She sells one with no color, which is the white translucent powder, but the Buttercup is absolutely amazing. So I'm just gonna take a little bit of it on my brush, very lightly. And I've never been the type to bake because I don't like how it looks. It kind of looks like dry and cakey to me. So I just like to go and set and blend the powder in. Everywhere that I put concealer to highlight, so under my lip or under my nose, on my lip. So I'm gonna go back with this brush. And I'm just gonna make sure that everything is melted in, everything is blended and looks flawless. So I have a little bit of powder that kind of fell down on my face. So I'm just gonna use that to set the rest of my face. So now that everything is set, I'm gonna use my Hydromat Fixing Spray. Set my makeup, let everything melt together and get acquainted, love on each other. And then I'm gonna put on some mascara. So again, this is an everyday look. I don't always like to wear lashes every day. So I like to put on mascara. So one of my favorite mascaras is from, believe it or not, Walgreens. And it is the Wet n Wild Mega Volume. So I'm just gonna throw a little bit of that on. Sorry, I have a Chihuahua and he thinks that he is our alarm system. Anytime anybody walks by, he's barking at the window. He thinks he's bigger than what he is. He's got little dog syndrome. Okay, so again, I'm gonna throw some mascara on just very quickly. Give my eyes a little pop. One thing about this mascara is it dries very slowly, so you have to be very careful. But it's one of my favorite mascaras. Okay, there's that. Throw on a little bit of gloss. Again, this is just a quick everyday fun face. Hold on one second. I'm gonna put some gloss on so y'all can see. Let's see, where is my gloss? It's hiding. Oh, here it is.
So I'm gonna line my lips very lightly with one of my favorite. This is the NARS. It's in the color Kenya. It's a lip liner. Didn't do too much. If you want to add some bronzer, you can, since this is just a quick everyday. There you go.
Girl, you did that amazingly. Your face is beat. I love it.
I can bear, hold on, I can't. There we go. I think I can do that now. There we go.
I'm saying your face is beat, girl. You look amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
I love your guard dog and your babies and everybody.
I know. So sorry. My guard dog, he's like this big. Yeah. And he thinks that he's just this big bulldog.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Let's give her a hand, everybody.
Yay. Thank you so much for having me on. I enjoyed you all. You guys are awesome.
Absolutely. I love the natural look. And how can people reach you and get their face to look like yours?
So I have a website where I take my bookings. It is TaiBbeauty.com. You can follow me on Instagram. It is also TaiBbeauty_. And on Facebook, my name is Tai Mason.
Love it.
Yes.
And thank you, Tai, so much for taking the time out to share so much with us. And I know that I've heard and sort of witnessed your work in the community. And just thank you for pouring in so much within our community. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll definitely see you again sometime soon, okay?
Absolutely. You guys take care. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming up, guys, we have some more for you. We actually have Salty is coming up here in just a moment. We're going to have live performances coming up very, very soon. So make sure you stick around for Salty with Demetra Tyler. And she has 3 guests that are performing today. We're going to get our sound check up and everything going, and we're going to come back with you guys. But make sure, again, make sure you go on YouTube and make sure you subscribe to the Black Economic Expo, and that's where you are going to be able to get all the updated content videos and to see the whole weekend and everything that we did here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I really appreciate you guys for joining us here for a little while. So we're going to get some music bumping until we can get things started on our next performance. So we got to get this stage set up, and we'll be definitely right back here with you guys. So make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. This is the Black Economic Expo 2020 right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's in the town, man. So keep it locked right here, all right? Yo, what's up, y'all? Are y'all in there? You can go ahead and unmute your mic. Oh, that's right. You guys can go ahead and unmute your mic if you're there, and you can also show us your video. We want to make sure that you guys are set up. We see you, Salty. Let me try to go here.
We're testing sound now. You can't be testing sound if you're not sending me the feed, the music.
Go ahead and unmute so that we can see your video, so that we can make sure that we're streaming on Zoom well, because we want to make sure that the Zoom where we'll be broadcasting and the quality is where we need it. So if you guys can go ahead.
Favor, let favor for the rest of the year. Power, power, power for the rest of the year. Power, power, power. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. And then, since Alex is not going to be here, I'm gonna have to kind of, I guess, just do some songs in there to kind of make up his. He said, I guess whenever I sent that last update, he said he thought it was done. So yeah, so he couldn't make it. So
All right, so I see that you guys are good job. Are we checking all the sounds, just like even drums and everything else? Do y'all want to do that?
That's all she's got is keys, drums,
just keys. Okay.
And keyboard.
Okay, so it's not like the other. Okay. All right, we sounding good, guys.
They're muting it out.
Okay.
They're trying to get. You just need to bring it overall volume down.
Okay.
Where it isn't sounding over modulated, like distorted.
Can you bring your sound? Oh, okay. Never mind. You got it.
can I hear me? Ask him, can I log in to listen to it? And the drummer is coming.
You can log in from your phone, but what you're hearing on your phone is may not say right here.
You say you can log in.
Okay.
Sounds like we're right there. You can mute them. That sounds great.
It sounds good.
She wants to hear it herself.
hearts open wide as the sky. We lift you high. Yeah, I got it. Hands up, hearts open wide as the sky. God, we lift your name high. Hands up, hearts open wide as the sky. We lift you higher. We lift you higher. Hands up, hearts open wide as the sky. God, we lift your name high. Let all the other names fade away. Let all the other names fade away. Till there's only you. Let all the other names fade away. Jesus, take your place. Jesus, take your place. Let all the other names fade away. Let all the other names fade. I keep running my head into this mic. Till there's only you. Let all the other names fade away. Jesus, take your place. Jesus, take your place. Oh, let all the other. No, man. Everybody all right on the Zoom?
Can y'all hear? Can anyone hear me? Yeah. It's probably like 10 minutes.
Make sure your mic is on.
Yep, I got you. Hey, good. Is there anyone that can hear on that side? Okay, 4K. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, tell her mic was great. Keyboard just a little hot.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me on that side? It's Salty. We wanted to let you know that the mic sounds good, but the keyboard is just a little bit hot. So we can bring that down. My guy on the keyboard. No.
Tell him to wave if he can hear you.
All right. I don't think he can. Hey, Dimitri. All right. Can you guys hear me?
That's Joe.
Joe.
Joe, what's up, Joe?
Yo, Joe. I think your mic is muted too.
It's JB.
Yo, Joe.
I'm looking at you.
Can y'all hear us? Hello? Demetra? No, they can't. Hey. Hey, Joe, can you hear me? Dimitri, can y'all hear me? Hello?
I don't think I can hear you because he's got.
Yeah, the sound is too hot. The mic, the keyboard is too hot. Hey, Joe, can you hear me? Demetri, can y'all hear me? Hello?
I don't think I can hear you because he's got.
Testing. 1, test 2. Test. Asking for me? Who is it? Here I am.
Okay, no, we're good. That was a delayed reaction. But we're good.
Oh, okay.
All right. Hey.
So you can bring the keys back up.
You can bring the keys back up a little bit if you would like.
Because he's kind of soft now.
Yeah. You're really soft on we can barely hear you on the keys.
Ramal, you the one talking to Chris, or you talking to JB?
No, I'm talking to you guys.
Ramal, we should have just had you come down here to the studio.
I know, right? That would have been pretty dope. Okay. So you can bring the keys up.
They're low down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, it was a little bit.
That's it. If you can also lift up that mic a little bit more.
Lord, I need you, Lord, right now.
Can you lift up that, up a little bit more. Okay, that's good. Let's try right there. The sound is too high. The mic, the keyboard is too high. What? Oh, don't pay any attention to that. You guys are good. That's a delay. That was 5 minutes ago. You good? Good right there.
Okay, so let's go.
That might be that. Is it the drum mic? Or is it my
Those kitty drum should be good.
Can we hear what the drums sound like with the keys, please? ahead. That's good. That's good.
Test.
If you can turn the mic down on the drums just halfway. Okay, halfway, whatever it is now. If you can turn down the mic on those drums just halfway.
Let me know.
Playing back or something. I know
It's okay. Yes. I got a screech. I think it's when you turned up the main. Test. I think it's when you turned up the main some, Chris. Test. Now I'm too low. Way too low. Way too low. Way too low. Test. I'm way too low. You have me get good. I think you just need to turn down the main some, Chris. Man, let me get my house mic back up.
He said the drum mic is a little too high.
When they start playing, it's gonna be too loud.
Yeah, he said when y'all start playing, it'll be a little too high. So you can turn it down just halfway.
Test.
Were you able to catch that about the drum, Mike? Were you able to catch that about the drum, Mike?
Can you turn this back up though? Because I'm low. Can you turn this back up? Test. Test. A little bit more. Test. All right, shall I start?
Turn the drum mic down just a little bit.
Whatever you're saying, Ramal, I can't hear you. Chris can hear you.
Can you turn the drum mic down just a little bit?
Huh?
Can you turn the drum mic down just a little bit?
Come out the keys?
No, the drums. Drum.
Do you have to turn the monitor down like you did on the...
No, just the drums. Just the drums.
Need to go down a little bit.
Yeah, the microphone on the drums go down just a little bit.
Junior, you ain't up there looking like your mama right now.
Can you call him?
What you playing? What you playing, Joe? He's calling. Hello. I'm put you on speakerphone. He said bring the keys down in the monitor. He said bring the keys down some. Just a hair. Uh-huh. Okay, bring it down. The volume on it. Bring the volume on it. Try to play the drums, Boona. What do you say? Play again.
Do this. Cool. Okay, make sure that that button is up and not down. Okay. And then turn the main. Yeah. Okay, so the main, the red button, the one at the bottom, turn it. You don't need none out of here. Just do it.
So
I'm here.
I think it's Zoom. Zoom has like that background where it kind of mutes it.
Volume at the bottom and high, mid, low.
This, yes.
Yes, this is still working. Test 1, 17, 25, 36, 14. We love to call your name. Things happen we cannot explain.
What do you say?
Play it back down, turn it back down.
There's not a short indication.
It can be.
It
can be a short indication.
I think every time he's playing, anytime he plays in between when there's a pause, then if there's like a background mute for Zoom.
Yeah. Yeah, he's tell them there's no sound, there's no house sound.
Yeah.
Coming with the main.
And the chord doesn't have any type of shortening.
Yeah.
I just think it not short.
Right. Right. Well, no, it's not coming. It's coming out of the monitor jack into a direct line into the camera. It's a direct pixel line. So try that again.
Yeah. Killing time, yeah. Is your volume all the way up?
Yeah, my volume's all the way up, but I don't necessarily hear the drums as loudly. So, yeah.
Because they're going into the camera mic.
Oh, okay, okay.
We love to call your name. Things happen we cannot explain. That happens when we proclaim your great name. Your great name, King Jesus. I can't get the words. No other name, King Jesus. None stronger when we call on you. Things changes when we call on your name. There is power in the name of Jesus. Power in your name. Yeah. There is power in the name of Jesus. Power in your name.
All right, we're ready to start, guys. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, we're ready to start. Were you able to catch that about the drum, Mike? Were you able to catch that about the drum, Mike? Sorry for the delay, guys. All right. Let me introduce you guys. I'm gonna get started here, okay? I'm gonna introduce you guys and get started here. All right, welcome. It is the Black Economic Expo.
Can you turn this back up though? Because I'm low. Can you turn this back up? Test. Test. A little more. Test. All right, shall I start?
Turn the drum mic down just a little bit.
Whatever you're saying, Ramal, I can't hear you. Chris can hear you.
Can you turn the drum mic down just a little bit?
Huh?
Can you turn the drum mic down just a little bit?
Got the keys?
No, the drums.
Okay, you have to turn the monitor down like you did on the...
No, just the drums. Just the drums.
Drums need to go down a little bit.
Yeah, the microphone on the drums go down just a little bit. All right, cool. All right, guys. Okay, my bad.
He said bring the keys down in the monitor. He said bring the keys down some. Just a hair. Okay, bring it down. The volume on it. Bring the volume on it. Try to play the drums, Spooner.
All right, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh wait, let me know. Go first. Oh, we're gonna wait.
Now you're
Just you be strong. I will stay. Let's get my own stuff out. After you've done all you can do.
That's the internal. That's just the computer. Just the. It's just the web. So plug the Black Magic back in.
Love he has for me, I cannot explain. All I know is I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see, and I know he will do for you. Remember, you're supposed to right there. On the second one, I like that one. On the second one. Are we starting? Okay.
All right. Finally made it. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Instagram, Facebook Live, YouTube. We are all streaming live all over the world, and we're so excited to have you guys here today. We have Salty is in the building. Let's make some noise for Salty, everybody. So we would like to introduce to you, this is the very first time to ever be on this platform here at the Black Economic Expo, and we're so excited to have Salty here. So let's see who all is in the building. Salty, y'all there? Yep. Did y'all go on break? Salty. There we go. We got somebody in the building. All right. So once again, we wanted to thank you guys for joining us here, and we're going to get started right here with Salty. So let's make some noise one more time for Salty, everybody, and Miss Demetra Tyler. Yeah. It's all on you. All right, and once again, make sure you go on to all social media platforms. You can go on YouTube. You can go on to Facebook and also Instagram at the Black Economic Expo. And we are here. We're so excited to have this platform here today for all of us focused on mental health, mental wealth. I mean, just physical, everything right here. And today we have Salty. So we're going to get started right here with our phenomenal band. It's 1 of 4, so enjoy. All right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, welcome to the Black Economic Expo edition of Salty. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We had a few technical difficulties, but we are here now. How many of you know, even though it's 2020 and we're in a pandemic, we still have some blessings that are coming for the rest of this year? Somebody say blessings. Touch the person in the house with you, say blessings. Come on, y'all, let's hit it. We got some wonderful artists on tonight. I can't wait for you to hear them all. Please, while you're in here at home, come on and join on with us. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. One more time. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. The favor of the Lord rests upon me. In my hands I have more than enough. Surely goodness and mercy is following me, and my God will supply every one of my needs. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. The favor of the Lord rests upon me. In my hands I have more than enough. Surely goodness and mercy is following me, and my God will supply every one of my needs. The favor of the Lord rests upon me. In my hands I have more than enough. Surely goodness and mercy is following me, and my God. That's a special right there. I'm not gonna worry, no matter what's going on. I choose not to fear, no fear, no fear. I'm only speaking blessings for the rest of the year. Check it out right here. I'm not gonna worry, yeah, yeah. I choose not to fear, no fear, no fear. I'm only speaking blessings, yeah, for the rest of the year. Oh, yeah, yeah. Come on and say blessings. blessings. Come on and say blessings. Come on and say blessings. Oh, for the rest of the year. Blessings. Say blessings. Yes. Blessings for the rest of the year. Say favor. I got favor. Yeah, favor for the rest of the year. Favor, favor, yeah, favor for the rest of the year. Power, yeah, power, power for the rest of the year. Power, power, yes, power. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings on blessings. Woo! Hallelujah. Glory to God. How many of you still looking for your blessings? Hallelujah. The number 8 represents new beginnings, and we're in the 8th month of the year. So how many are looking for some new beginnings? Hallelujah. Glory to God. As a matter of fact, I'm in a new beginning. What you're looking at here is Relit Studio, which is my new beginning. This is a new studio. Looking out for it. Stay tuned. So we're getting ready to get started. I'm so excited to bring our first artist up tonight. He was actually recommended to me by a good friend named Renisha. And she said, you have to check out Artist MD. And when I tell you, I so enjoy his work. And I know you will too. And I asked him, I said, Artist MD. I said, what does the MD actually stand for? Believe it or not, he's a real medical doctor. So he's like Superman. He's a poet at night and he's saving lives in the daytime. So please show your love for Artist MD.
So thanks for having me over here. Thank you. So I'm just going to share a couple poems with you. One is, I think, one of the first poems I wrote. So yeah, I got trained as a doctor, and then out of nowhere, God started telling me I was an artist a few years ago. So I surrendered to it, ended up doing poetry. So this is one of the first ones I wrote. This basically was my story in like a couple minutes. Who I am comes from who I was. I was raised in Sin City, which is appropriately named, learned to love money, sex, power, and fame. Vegas has beautiful hotels and people the same, perfect facade, but peek inside and see the wallpaper of pain. I sought perfection in every endeavor, work harder, better and better. The best was all that was good enough, but there was no pleasure unless I was top of the class and with the homies most clever. I didn't know who I was. Teenage boy lost with no plan, learning life from a mother, so I looked to Thugs and Tupac to show me how to stand. Don't open your heart, son, but exploit whoever's you can. And if you can drink and fight and get women, well, that makes you a man. What kind of identity is that? But who I am isn't just who I was. I studied to be a doctor, honestly, to see if I could hang. I always did well on tests, was just given a good brain, but in medical school, Jesus found me, and it was insane. I heard the gospel one night, woke up the next day, changed. My sin was gone, replaced by this peace that I had never known, free from guilt and shame with the sense of being at home. A new father was there. He said I was his own. He told me that he loved me, and he changed my heart of stone. Gave me a new heart like his, soft and warm. Tenderness and love began to brew like a storm that would rain down one day on all those around me and specifically affect my future wife so profoundly. I died to my performance and exchanged it for peace. No longer needing to be the best, just wanting to serve the least. He made me a voice and he tells me what to speak. He shows himself powerful when I let myself be weak. Basically, I'm just a beggar who's been given bread, telling other hungry folks where they can get fed. I'm a doctor in need of healing who knows there's no ceiling on what God could do to transform a human being. I'm a covert artist with lyrics deep inside who's been longing to speak and release these rhymes. So thanks to Demetra T and all of y'all for this time. So then the next one I'm going to do is one of the last ones I've done, which, do you mind playing just like a little bit of keys? And So this one's a little heavier, but I wrote it after I saw all that happened with George Floyd. So it's called I Can't Breathe. I can't breathe. A neck compressed by an officer's knee. A picture of what it can be like to be Black in America. I can't breathe. Would have been enough for the cop to stop if it were me, but alas, I'm white. I've got privilege.
All right. Finally made it. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Instagram, Facebook Live, YouTube. We are all streaming live all over the world, and we're so excited to have you guys here today. We have Salty is in the building. Let's make some noise for Salty, everybody. So, we would like to introduce to you, this is the very first time to ever be on this platform here at the Black Economic Expo, and we're so excited to have Salty here. So, let's see who all is in the building. Salty, you up there?
All aren't oppressed. All aren't hunted down in the streets with killers claiming.
Did y'all go on break?
But Black lives are.
Salty.
So I say,
there we go. We got somebody in the building.
I'll get some hate for this.
All right.
White people bring.
So once again, we wanted to thank you guys for joining us here, and we're gonna get started right here with Salty. So let's make some noise one more time for Salty, everybody, and Mr. Misha Tyler. Yeah.
I'm sorry all on you. Violence. I'm sorry for everyone who called you names, who stood by in silence. I repent for so many cowardly mothers, white oppressors bought and sold very loud.
All right, and once again, make sure you go on to Facebook and also Instagram at the Black Economic Expo. And we are here. We're so excited to have this platform here today for all of us focused on mental health, mental wealth. I mean, just physical, everything right here. And today we have Salty. So we're going to get started right here with our phenomenal band. It's 1 of 4. So enjoy.
I can't.
All right. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
And even in the midst of these atrocities, we
Hello, welcome to the Black Economic Expo edition of Salty. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We had a few technical difficulties, but we are here now. How many of you know, even though it's 2020 and we're in a pandemic, we still have some blessings that are coming for the rest of this year? Somebody say blessings. Touch the person in the house when you say blessings. Come on, y'all, let's hit it. We got some wonderful artists on tonight. I can't wait for you to hear them all. Please, while you're in there at home, come on and join them with us. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings on blessings. Every time I turn around, blessings, blessings. Every time I turn around.
Since then,
turn around, blessings.
Angled while fed a steady diet of racism. I repent for every system set up to keep you down, and I pray you know the beauty, glory, and power that God put into Black and brown. So many have been so silent for so long, but I just can't anymore. These murders break my heart, and I want to do something to change the score. If I were you, I would want someone to acknowledge the injustice and own up to their part. So I pray you accept this poem from me as a small start. More than anything, I just want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the recurrent pain. I'm sorry for the fear you have to live in. I'm sorry for the confusion these events bring to your children. Why, mommy, did the policeman kill my dad? Sad, doesn't even do it justice. When my wife was explaining what's happening to my own young son, he asked, why do I have light skin? As though he were somehow aware of the invisible privilege given and that he had nothing to do with it. He hurts for you too. I applaud you for your courage and for your resolve, that you keep your heads up through it all, that so many times you have raised your voices instead of weapons and sought justice, instead of just repaying aggression with aggression. Please accept this apology on behalf of my race, and may God have mercy on us for how we have lived this way in disgrace. I take comfort in knowing this world will only last so long. One day all this evil will be gone, but till then know that I, for one, am with you, and I pray you stay strong. Thanks.
That was powerful. I don't know if anybody really heard that, but that was powerful. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty in the background, but that was powerful. That was powerful. Please show your love for Artist MD. Let's do Wide as the Sky. Hands up, hearts open, wide as the sky. We lift you higher. We lift you high. Hands up, hearts open, wide as the sky. God, we lift your name high. One more time. Hands up, hearts open, wide as the sky. We lift you higher. We lift you high. Hands up, hearts open, wide as the sky. God, we lift your name high. Let all the other names fade away. Every distraction, yes. Let all the other names fade away till there's only you. Let all the other names fade away. Jesus, take your place. Jesus, take your place. Let all the other names fade away. Yes, hallelujah. Yes, God. Let all the other names fade away till there's only you. Let all the other names fade away. Jesus, take your place. 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 Let all the other names fade away. Yes, God. Hallelujah. Let all the other names fade away till there's only you. Let all the other names fade away. Jesus, take your place. Jesus, take your place. Yes, hallelujah. This next young lady I'm gonna bring up is, I think she has one of the most powerful voices in the city, and for her to be so young, and she comes from a singing family. I think she is very, very talented. I've seen her at TCC. I've seen her even at the PAC performing. I mean, she has a very powerful voice, and I can't wait for you to hear it tonight. Please show your love for the beautiful, the talented, with her glitter, beautiful gold dress and her high heels, excuse my tennis shoes. Please show your love for Miss Colby Jordan.
Amen, amen. First of all, thank you very much for having little old me here. It's such a weird time, you know, with everything going on, but even with it going on, we still have to worship God. Amen. And wherever you are, at your home, in your car, wherever you are, I invite you to worship with me. And let's reflect on God's amazing, amazing love. Amen. cannot explain. All I know is I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see, and I know He will do for you what He's done for me. One more time, what He's done for me. It's so amazing, the love He has for me. I cannot explain. All I know is I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see, and I know He will do for you what He's done for me. Amazing love, amazing love, amazing love, amazing love. All I know is I once was lost, but now I found I was, but now I see, and I know He'll do it for you. What He's done for me, amazing love, amazing love, amazing love, amazing love, amazing love. My God is so wonderful. He's so marvelous. Amazing love. No, 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 no love like yours. All I know is I once was lost. Now I found I was blind, but now I see. Ooh, now I see. Ooh, even when I don't have words to say, all I can do is hope. No, 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 no. What He's done for me, even in the midst of the pandemic, is so amazing. The love He has for me, I cannot explain. All I know is I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. And I know He will do for you what He's done for me. Amen. Come on, show your love for Miss Colby Jordan. Woo! Just came in here and just set the ceiling on fire with these raw vocals. And I have to give a shout out. This is her dad over here accompanying her. How awesome is that when your dad can play for you? I mean, come on now. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. All right, we're almost there. We have one more artist for today.
We're somehow aware of the invisible privilege given and that he had nothing to do with it.
One more time. Hands up, hearts open, wide as the sky. We lift you higher. We lift you high. Hands distraction. Yes. Let all the other names fade away till there's only you. Let all the other names fade away. Jesus, take your place. Jesus, take your place. Let all the other names fade away. Yes, hallelujah. The other names fade.
Can you hear the sound of laughter? Formerly a verdict of disaster, the adversary tilted the glass, resulting in the fall. Stole man's dominion, confused his call, pierced the core of human zeal, with broken relationships needing to be healed. And every generation that followed the crash was apparently doomed. He scoffed and brewed discord within humanity, stirring confusion, pride, and insanity. Disagreements over melanin, saying, forget about purpose, focus on skin. He wanted to win, but he lost, so shush. Silence the voices of hatred and injustice. Mute the adversary's lies. Quiet the nuisance of racial wars. Just listen as the dream still cries. Still the rumbles of ignorance. Annihilate the stealing of innocence. Dissipate selfish ambitions. Remove the barriers that muffle the sound of the dream. The cries, resonating from the depths of the earth, calls for those of us who are given birth to manifest our true continents, reveal kingdom evidence, to unite as one and dominate every sphere of influence as heaven's delegates. The dream is ambassador representation, returning to the source of true manifestation. Plainly stated, God's dream is for his nature to flood and stream every culture and every clan through the beacons of light, the sons of man. So clap, clap, clap. Can you hear the sound of victory as the shattered pieces now reassemble? The impossible dream is re-enabled to be reconciled because God is able to make firm, steadfast, and stable. He's able to remove the barriers that distort the sound. Rejuvenation and possibilities now resound for when confusion welled up like a flood. Redemption's plan was sealed with blood. Shadows of death and the grave's key were overcome with access and authority. There is still this possibility, time to carry on with divine destiny because it's still possible. God's word, we must fulfill. His word reveals his dream and his will. So I dare you to remove the bushels of doubt. Let faith prevail. Wave the banner of Christ and let his love set us sail until righteousness flows like a mighty stream. Unleash the spirit of God's dream. Reflect his light. Project one sound, proclaim liberty to the captives and freedom to the bound. Simply fulfill the purpose for which you were given birth, to reveal the glory of God in the earth. Sounds of a dream. Hey, you. Yes, you. I know you. And you know me. It doesn't matter that the flyer says my name is Candy. You see, that's not the basis of our acquaintance. You got to go deeper than that. Yes, friend, it is you. I've seen you before. And let me put it to you. We're not Facebook friends. Well, supposedly. Instagram co-followers, potentially. YouTube vloggers consistently, or church-going buddies, occasionally. You feel me? But I know you. And I see you. And make no mistake, not the Photoshop version or the picture perfect after the 10th retake of a selfie you. Truth be told, beneath those macho shoulders or bundles of hair, under the layers of makeup concealing your fare, is the fragile heart of a little child that has been mishandled far too many times. It now resembles a stone. Cold. I know you.
This year was rough. Beginning with the winter, your finances froze. Multiple streams of income came to a close, and the only thing that bloomed was disappointment. Seed of doubt took root in the summer, and you marched to its grip like the beat of a drummer, but it gripped you into a season of fall. A trans-crisis state when it seemed like every phone call was a notification of another fallen leaf. And now you're sitting there in a state of grief. I see you. My question is, how you really doing? Now, before you answer with an automated response, please refer to the statement that I made in the beginning that I actually know you. And it's okay to feel. You see, Jeremiah lamented, crying out for relief. Jesus wept and was acquainted with grief, but we lied to ourselves, masking the pain as onlookers examine the authenticity with disdain. I know you can hear me. And perhaps you're listening for the punchline. You know, that part when I tell you, girl, it's going to be just fine. The capstone of this monologue would be remiss if I actually allowed the problem to end like this, right? Wrong. The intent from the onset was to reveal a mess, to unfurl layers of what actually made you depressed, to uncover the lies and discover the harsh truth until with clarity, you actually can see you. You in me. Because eventually, when you bring the darkness to the light, the darkness can't hurt you anymore. Aren't you glad someone finally saw you? I see you, because in you, there's a me. I've been a hairstylist for a long time. Been single for even longer. But it wasn't until recently that I realized there's a relationship between the two. And girl, let me tell you about waiting and braiding. Passion, kinky, Marley, twist, wash, condition, moisturize, mist, avoid the heat, respect, the crown, protective, styling, braid it down. Cornrows, feed-ins, detangle the coil. Bantu the knots, anointed with oil. Wefts, sewn, ropes, crocheted, locks attached, edges laid. Bonnets, silk pillows, head wraps, and bands. DIY or find you some gifted hands. The plug, the stylist, appointment made. Triangles, boxes, half head or fade. It's your hair, your glory, your crown. Let it. Just tell a story. Mess it up, shave it off. Let the